The night is still, and the stars are scattered like soft pinpricks of light across a dark velvet sky. Outside, the world is quiet, tucked into sleep, wrapped in the hush of dreams. And here, in this moment, you are safe and warm, ready to step once more into a story that lives at the edge of wonder. Tonight, we return to the world of Harry Potter, but not to the early adventures, not to wide-eyed discoveries or the first sparks of magic. No, tonight we slip gently into a deeper, more shadowed chapter, one where the stakes are higher, the nights feel longer, and the path ahead is tangled with fear and truth. This is Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, the 5th book in J.K. Rowling's beloved series. It's a story of rebellion and resilience, of loneliness and longing, of courage that rises even in silence. A story where Harry, no longer just a boy with a scar and a story, begins to understand what it means to carry the weight of loss and the burden of truth. Here, the world of Hogwarts is darker, not only because Lord Voldemort has returned, but because those in power refuse to see, refuse to believe. And so truth becomes a quiet act of resistance, a secret classroom, a whispered spell, a defiant glance across a corridor. This tale is not just about magic, it's about finding your voice when no one wants to hear it. It's about holding fast to your friends when the world starts to turn away. And it's about learning, slowly, painfully, beautifully, that love and loss are bound together. Always. Let us now set the scene. We begin, not in the grand halls of Hogwarts, but under a stifling summer sky. Privet Drive is still and heavy with heat. The sun has dipped below the rooftops, leaving behind a golden smear of light, and everything feels a little too quiet. A little too tense. Harry Potter lies beneath a hedge trying to catch the news. Not wizarding news. There is none of that to be had here. No, just the Muggle news, humming from a nearby open window. He listens for something, anything that might hint at the truth he knows. Because Harry is waiting. He is waiting for the world to catch up to what he saw just weeks ago. A flash of green light, the return of a dark wizard, and the shattering of everything that felt safe. But the world is quiet, too quiet. And Harry, he is angry. Not the tantrum kind of angry, nor the sulking sort. This is the slow burn of being dismissed, ignored, silenced. A silent fury born of fear and confusion. No one is telling him anything. No owls, no letters, no Dumbledore. He is stranded in the heat, cut off from the people he trusts, the world he belongs to. And it is in this thick, oppressive air that the story begins to stir. A low, humming danger draws near, an invisible presence, dark and hungry. 2 Dementors, soulless, cloaked things, slip into the Muggle world. But that, we will reach in time. For now, let's rest in this moment between stories, between spells, between summers. Let your breath slow. Let the rhythm of the tale carry you. This book is a turning point in the series. The magic is still here, but now it hides in shadows. The laughter still comes, but sometimes through tears. There are dreams, yes, but some are haunted. And hope must be kindled, carefully, quietly, like a flame in a storm. Throughout this story, we will walk beside Harry as he navigates his 5th year at Hogwarts, but also his growing place in a world at war. We'll meet new characters who shimmer with quiet strength. We'll watch as friendships are tested and deepened. We'll slip into secret meetings and forbidden spells. And we'll sit quietly in grief, learning how even sorrow can be a teacher. All of it, told gently, softly, without sharp corners. You needn't worry about shocks or surprises tonight. We'll take our time, chapter by chapter, letting the world open like a dream, slowly, softly, safely. Because the point of this journey isn't to rush toward the end. It's to walk together, step by step, and notice the beauty in the in-between. So, Curl beneath the covers. Let your eyes grow heavy. And as the first chapter begins, know this. You are returning to a world that remembers you. A world that welcomes you. A world that, even in its darkest hour, still has room for light.
Chapter 1. Dudley Demented. The air in Little Whinging is thick with the kind of heat that clings to your skin and hums in your ears. It's late, well past the golden hour, and the streets are caught in that strange in-between of summer dusk, half shadow,
half glow. Somewhere far off, a lawn sprinkler ticks, slow and rhythmic. A dog barks and is answered only by silence. And in the midst of all this sleepy suburbia, Harry Potter lies flat on his back in the flower bed behind number 4, Privet Drive. He is listening, not for footsteps or spells or even the sound of a wand being drawn. No. He's listening to the Muggle news through the open window, grasping for some hint, some whisper of the magical world that has gone silent on him. Because Harry is alone. He's been back with the Dursleys for weeks now. Weeks of watching the sun rise and fall, of endless silence from Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, everyone. Not even Sirius has written. No word. No explanation. And this silence, it itches. It burns. It coils inside his chest like a restless snake. The only letters he receives are carefully controlled, cautious things. A few vague words from Hermione and Ron, but no details, no answers. Just polite apologies and hints of being watched. Even Hedwig, his snowy owl, seems to share in his frustration, cooped up, restless, and snapping at fingers when crossed, and so Harry waits. One evening, after a particularly dull and heated dinner with the Dursleys, Harry steps out. Not for adventure, nor to stir trouble, but simply to walk, to breathe, to let the air cool his thoughts and his fury. As he wanders the streets, the sky turns a soft bruise of purple and gray, and shadows gather in corners like secrets. He moves past playgrounds and lampposts, past fences and garden gnomes, until he finds himself crossing paths with none other than Dudley Dursley. Dudley, who is no longer the chubby little boy who once chased after sweets. He's grown into a broad, heavy teenager, still cruel, still smirking, and now swaggering with the pride of a boxing champion. Harry and Dudley exchange words. They never did get along, and that hasn't changed, but suddenly, the night changes. The temperature drops, not just cool, but cold, bone-deep, breath-stealing cold, and the shadows stretch long. Without warning, Harry feels it, that familiar, dreadful sensation. The air grows thick and still, the warmth is sucked from the world, and the light dims unnaturally. Dementors. 2 of them. Here, in the middle of Little Whinging, in the heart of the Muggle world. The creatures glide soundlessly. Toward them, cloaked in black, faces hidden, hunger radiating from them like poison. Dudley cannot see them, but he feels them, and he panics. Harry reaches for his wand. The Ministry has forbidden him from using magic outside of school, but this isn't about rules now, this is about survival. And so, with a steadying breath, he calls it forth. Expecto Patronum, he whispers, then louder, his voice cutting through the chill. From the tip of his wand, silver light bursts forth. His Patronus, shimmering, bright, and wild, charges toward the Dementors, driving them back, protecting them both. It takes 2 tries. The fear nearly drowns him, but Harry fights through it, heart pounding, breath ragged. When it's over, the air begins to warm again. Slowly, softly, but the damage is done. Dudley is shaken, barely able to speak. Harry helps him home, dragging him along, knowing full well that questions will follow, and not just from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Back at number 4, chaos reigns. Dudley is delirious, muttering nonsense about cold and darkness. The Dursleys are furious, terrified, and blaming Harry, and then an owl. Not one, but several. One screeches in through the window with a sharp official letter from the Ministry of Magic. Harry is expelled from Hogwarts for using magic in the presence of a muggle. The words hang in the air like ice. Expelled. The very sound of it is unreal. Heavy. Final. But another owl comes quickly. This one from Arthur Weasley. Don't do anything. Don't leave. Dumbledore is trying to sort it out. And then another owl. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She writes that there will be a disciplinary hearing. Suddenly, things are no longer still. The world that was so silent for weeks has burst open with movement, fear, and uncertainty. But even in the noise, even in the chaos, Harry feels something small spark inside him. Not hope, not yet, but motion. A sense that the stillness is cracking, that someone is watching, that the story is shifting. The chapter closes with Harry in his tiny room, Hedwig rustling gently in her cage. Outside, the summer night presses in around the house. But within Harry, something stirs, a quiet fire, a calm before a deeper storm. And as he lies back on his narrow bed, wand closed, the air thick with tension, we slip away with him, into sleep, into waiting, into the unfolding mystery of what comes next. Chapter 2. A Peck of Owls. Night presses in around the house on Privet Drive. The air is dense with heat, yes, but also something else, something tight and tense. The kind of silence that crackles, like thunder waiting in the wings. Inside, the Dursley household has been turned upside down. Harry has just fought off 2 Dementors, dark, soulless creatures drawn to despair, and saved his cousin Dudley's life with the Patronus charm. But instead of gratitude, he has been met with suspicion, anger, and an owl-born decree. He is to be expelled from Hogwarts. The letter from the ministry arrived swift and sharp, echoing like a gavel through the still room. Expelled. A word that seems far too loud in the quiet of the house. Too heavy for the boy who sits there, wand still trembling slightly in his hand. Uncle Vernon is shouting. Dudley is groaning softly, still pale and trembling from the Dementor's attack. And Harry is caught in the center of it all, half in this world, half in the other, trying to piece together what just happened. But before the dust can settle, another owl swoops in. This one carries a message from Arthur Weasley, gentle and hurried. Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Dumbledore is trying to stop the ministry from acting immediately. It's a small balm, a whisper of hope. A reminder that somewhere out there, people are still looking out for him, even if from a distance. More owls follow. One from Sirius, brief and tense, warning Harry not to leave the house. Another from the ministry again, softening their tone. He is not yet expelled, they clarify. There will be a disciplinary hearing to determine his fate. Just like that, the word loses its finality. It becomes a maybe, a question mark, rather than a closed door. Still frightening, yes, but not the end. Harry tries to explain what happened to the Dursleys. It's not easy. They don't understand the magical world, don't want to. But Petunia, she reacts in a way that surprises even Harry. When he says the word Dementor, she gasps. She knows what they are. Harry turns to her astonished. How do you know that word? He asks, and her answer is quiet, measured. I heard that awful boy talk about them, she says. That boy, of course, is her sister's friend, Severus Snape. It's a moment that catches like a spark in the dark, a brief glimpse into Petunia's past, into the edges of a world she tried so hard to erase from her memory. But before the moment can unfold further, chaos descends again. The room is suddenly filled with shouting, with outrage, with panic. Uncle Vernon wants Harry out, gone, expelled, or not. He's furious, frightened, and unwilling to share his home with a boy who attracts those things. But then, another owl. And this one bears a message from Dumbledore himself, not written directly to Harry. No, this is a letter for Petunia. A single sentence, written in a firm, elegant hand. Remember my last, Petunia. The words freeze the room. Uncle Vernon is puzzled. Harry is stunned. But Petunia, she goes pale. She reads the note, reads it again, and then quietly, firmly, says, "He stays." Just like that, Harry is allowed to remain at number 4. No explanation, no argument. Dumbledore's words carry more weight than anyone could have guessed, and so the matter is closed. The rest of the evening unfolds like a strange, uneasy dream. Dudley is tucked into bed, still shaken. The owls have stopped arriving, though feathers and parchment still litter the floor. And Harry, he is left in his room alone once more, but this loneliness feels different now, because something is shifting. He is not forgotten. Dumbledore, Sirius, Arthur, they're out there, watching, planning, preparing. Even in the thick, stifling heat of his small bedroom, Harry feels the air begin to stir, like a breeze coming in from far away, like the faintest rustle of wings in the dark. He lies back on his narrow bed, eyes open, heart beating softly, and though his mind is a tangle of questions and fears, one thing remains clear. The world is waking. The war is stirring. And Harry is no longer just a boy in a cupboard. He is something more now, something the world is watching. The chapter ends with the feeling of things moving, unseen, beyond the hedges and windows, as though the story has cracked open just a little more. And for now, as the summer night deepens and the heat begins to fade, we rest in the knowledge that change is coming. Not loudly, not all at once, but softly, like a whisper. Chapter 3, The Advance Guard. It is the night after everything changed, after the Dementors in the alley, after the letters from the Ministry, after the strange, powerful message from Dumbledore to Aunt Petunia. Remember my last. Harry has been allowed to stay, but he knows it's only a pause in the storm. The air inside number 4 is stiff with tension. The Dursleys are walking on eggshells. Dudley flinches at shadows. Petunia keeps glancing toward Harry's door, as though expecting something or someone to appear. And Harry? Harry is waiting. He lies on his bed, fully dressed, his wand close, his senses stretched thin. Somewhere out there, people know what's happened. They're preparing. And he is ready to leave. He doesn't know how it will happen. He only knows that it will. And then, suddenly, like the smallest flicker of breeze brushing a curtain, it begins. A noise. Not loud, but sharp. A rustle. A creak. And then a whisper of voices. Low, urgent, steady. Harry jumps to his feet, grabs his wand, and peers out the window. But it's not from the street that rescue will come. It comes from the air. With a quiet rush of movement, the advance guard arrives. They slip into number 4, not with thunder or flash, but with purpose, efficient, silent, focused. One by one, they step into the Dursleys' tidy, beige world like shadows come to life. Leading them is Moody, Alastair Moody, mad-eyed, with his scarred face and spinning magical eye. His presence is fierce, electric, yet somehow comforting. This is a man who takes danger seriously, a man who knows how to protect. Beside him is Tonks, young, sprightly, and ever-changing. Her hair is a shocking shade of bubblegum pink tonight, and she carries herself with a kind of clumsy charm. She grins at Harry and accidentally knocks over a small table with her boot. "Whoops," she says softly, and winks. Then comes Kingsley Shacklebolt, calm and deep-voiced. His words are careful, measured, like stone smoothed by water. Behind him, more familiar faces emerge. Lupin, gentle-eyed, tired-looking, but warm as ever. There's safety in his presence. Harry remembers long nights in the 3rd year. Defense. Lessons, chocolate after fear. Lupin is the kind of person whose silence is never cold. It's steady, protective. Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance, Sturgis Podmore, Elphias Doge. Some of these names Harry only knows vaguely, whispered in connection with Dumbledore. But all of them are part of something larger now, the Order of the Phoenix. They're here to take Harry, to bring him to safety, to the headquarters of a group who have gathered in the shadows once more because Voldemort has returned, and too many still refuse to believe it. They are his guard, and their mission is quiet, swift, and precise. They explain the plan. Harry cannot use magic. He cannot touch a portkey or apparate, so he will fly, with them, on broomsticks, across the countryside, under cover of darkness, far away from Privet Drive. Harry is ready. Before leaving, he gathers his things, his trunk, his owl head wig, his wand. He doesn't wake the Dursleys. There is no goodbye. Only the faint smell of roast beef still lingering in the hallway. Tonks helps him pack. She chats as she goes, her wand flicking here and there, shrinking his belongings, levitating his books, teasing about his messy trunk. She shows him her ability as a metamorph magus, shifting her nose into a duck's bill, then a pig's snout just to lighten the mood, and Harry laughs. It's a soft laugh, unsure, but real. They step outside. The street is quiet, moon-washed and still. And then, the flight begins. The guard lifts off one by one, their brooms slicing gently through the air, leaving behind only a breath of wind and the distant hum of the night. Harry follows. They fly in formation, high above the roofs and chimneys, the lights of Little Whinging shrinking behind them like stars blinking out. The air is cool up here, thin, refreshing. The darkness feels open like a sea of velvet stretching in every direction. Below them, fields and trees roll by in silver and black. Occasionally, a distant car headlights cut the dark, or a barn glows faintly in the distance. But mostly, it is peaceful. A kind of freedom Harry hasn't felt in weeks. No walls, no curtains, drawn tight, no Dursleys peering suspiciously through the door. Just open sky. The guard flies swiftly and silently, keeping close together. Moody leads, his magical eye ever scanning. Lupin watches Harry from behind, ready should anything go wrong. And Tonks loops through the air in light spirals, like a firefly just a little too restless to fly straight. There's a tension beneath it all, yes, a caution, but also a quiet triumph. Harry is no longer alone. He is with his people, his world, and finally, after miles of silent flight, they arrive. A quiet London street, full of identical houses, ordinary, unremarkable. But one house is different. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. It does not appear at first. Then, with the subtle shift of unseen magic, the houses part like curtains, and a hidden building stretches. Into view, tall, dark, and narrow, it is old, heavy with secrets, and very much alive in its silence. This is headquarters, the new home of the Order, and for now, Harry's sanctuary. He touches down gently, feet brushing the pavement. Tonks grins. Moody nods. Lupin claps a hand on Harry's shoulder, firm and kind. The door creaks open, and Harry steps into the shadows of number 12. Inside waits a world of whispers, of plans drawn in quiet rooms, of memories and ghosts. But also, the people who have not forgotten him, who have prepared, who believe. And as the door closes behind him, sealing out the night and all that it held, a sense of belonging, long missed, settles quietly over him. For the first time in weeks, Harry breathes deeply. He is no longer on the outside. He is home. Chapter 4, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The inside of Number 12 is dim, steeped in silence, like an old photograph no one dares to touch. The hallway stretches long and narrow, cloaked in shadows and faded grandeur. Dust clings to the air, like mist, Dark wallpaper peels in delicate curls, and portraits line the walls like forgotten sentinels, some asleep, some whispering. Harry steps inside quietly, his presence barely stirring the air. He has no idea what this place is, only that it feels both secret and sorrowful. Tonks guides him in, her wand glowing faintly. She stumbles on an umbrella stand, and a sharp metallic clang echoes down the corridor. Shh! Moody growls softly, casting a wary glance toward a long velvet curtain on the wall. Too late. A shrill, furious scream pierces the stillness like glass shattering in the dark. A woman's voice, cracked and wild, screeches from behind the curtain. Filth! Scum! Blood traitors! Mudbloods! The portrait of an old woman has awakened, her eyes mad with fury, her mouth twisted in hatred. She is Mrs. Black, Sirius Black's mother. It takes the full force of Lupin, Moody, and Tonks to yank the curtains closed again, smothering her voice. The house groans and settles into silence once more. The moment passes, but a residue of bitterness lingers in the air. Harry stands frozen, and then he hears a familiar voice, a laugh, deep, dry, laced with a kind of dark amusement, and suddenly, there he is, Sirius Black, alive, real, standing in the shadows of his childhood home. His hair is long, his eyes tired, but there is warmth in his smile when he sees Harry. A warmth that cuts through the gloom like firelight. "Welcome to headquarters," Sirius says softly. He doesn't say welcome home, though that would be true too. This is Sirius's home. Or was once. Now it's a tomb with furniture. But he's here. And Harry, seeing him again, feels a swell of something that's part relief, part wonder. The man he freed from Azkaban is not just a name in a newspaper. He is here. And he is family. Soon, they're joined by two more familiar faces, Ron and Hermione. Ron's hair is as unruly as ever, and he looks equal parts excited and guilty. Hermione rushes to hug Harry, worry in her voice even as she beams with relief. "Harry, we've been here for days. We wanted to write, we really did. But Dumbledore said no." She rattles on, trying to explain, to apologize, her words flowing, like water over stone. Ron mumbles his agreement, cheeks red. Harry feels it all at once, relief, confusion, frustration. Why hadn't anyone told him anything? Why the silence all summer? But there's no room for anger now. They are here, together. And the house begins to feel a little less lonely. They talk for hours, quiet voices echoing in the dark corridors. Hermione explains that the Order of the Phoenix is using the house as their headquarters, Dumbledore's old group, reassembled to fight Voldemort again. People like Moody, Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Hermione are not allowed in the meetings, nor is Harry. But they've overheard things, whispers through the floorboards, conversations half caught through the cracks in the doors. There is danger, there is secrecy, and there is resistance. Harry listens, absorbing every detail. He feels, finally, like the world is moving again, and that he has a place in it. Later, Sirius leads him through the house. It is a place of deep shadows and deeper memories. Tapestries line the walls, tracing the Black family lineage. Names burned out in black where sons and daughters were disowned. The house feels haunted, not by ghosts, but by hate. There is Creature, the Black family's house elf, muttering under his breath as he shuffles through the halls. He eyes Harry and the others with suspicion, mumbling about blood traitors and shame. Sirius hates him, but Creature is bound to the house, and Harry sees that Sirius is in some ways bound to it too. He is not free here. Not really. He is a prisoner, in the place he escaped long ago. And even as he moves through its rooms, there's a restlessness in him, a hunger to fight, to do something. But for now, there is only waiting. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley is organizing everything. She's scrubbing cabinets, blasting away doxy nests, and shouting orders like a general. The house is full of old magic, strange, clinging, and sometimes dangerous. There are cursed items hidden in drawers, portraits that whisper insults, silver that burns the touch, and still everyone works. This is the home of resistance, even if it creaks and groans and screams. Upstairs, the bedrooms are cramped but cozy. Ron and Hermione have been staying here with the twins, Fred and George, who are busy testing products for their joke shop. Tonks pops in occasionally, her hair changing color at will, and Lupin offers quiet encouragement to Sirius when the house weighs too heavily. They are a patchwork family, drawn together by war, stitched with trust. And Harry begins to feel like he belongs again. There is still anger in him, yes. Still questions, still pain from being kept in the dark. But the silence has broken. The world is moving, and the war is real. They are not children playing at magic anymore. They are part of something larger. A force gathered not just to fight, but to protect. As night deepens, the house grows quieter. The candles flicker in the hallway. The ticking of a distant clock becomes the heartbeat of the home. And somewhere beyond the shuttered windows, the wind begins to stir. Harry lies in bed, listening to the sounds of the old house breathing. There are footsteps above, a door creaking open, the soft thud of a drawer being closed. He does not feel afraid. He feels watched over, protected by people who love him, by friends who didn't forget, by a godfather who would burn the whole house down just to see Harry safe. As he drifts towards sleep, Harry thinks of Dumbledore, of the Order, of the world that waits beyond these walls, and somewhere deep inside him he feels a spark. Not hope, not yet, but readiness. The house holds many secrets, but so does Harry, and soon they will both begin to reveal them. Chapter 5. The Order of the Phoenix. The morning is slow to arrive. Soft gray light filters in through moth-eaten curtains, brushing gently against the worn wood of the floorboards. Somewhere below, a kettle whistles, and the smell of toast drifts upward, a sign that Mrs. Weasley is already awake, bustling about the kitchen. Harry stirs. His dreams had been thick and unsettled, shadows of Dementors, of whispered voices in empty rooms. But now he wakes to voices more familiar, Ron and Hermione speaking in low tones across the room. They fall silent when he opens his eyes. Soon, the three of them are padding downstairs, drawn by the promise of breakfast, and, perhaps more importantly, answers. The kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, is a long stone chamber, dark, old, and heavy with the scent of polished iron and dusted spice. There's a great wooden table stretching through the middle, its surface scattered with parchment, mugs, and spell ingredients. A fire crackles quietly in the hearth. Around the table sit members of the Order of the Phoenix, each one cloaked. Not in robes of splendor, but in layers of weariness and purpose. Lupin is there, reading through a long scroll of parchment. His eyes are tired but kind, always kind. Tonks, bright-haired and slightly clumsy, munches on toast while fiddling with a butter knife that keeps trying to turn into a spoon. Moody growls now and then at the Daily Prophet, which he scans with both his magical eye and his normal one. And then there's Sirius, his presence unmistakable, leaning against the mantelpiece with arms folded, eyes dark and unreadable. Mrs. Weasley gives a warm, if distracted, greeting. She's already bustling from stove to table, summoning plates, pouring juice, and occasionally shooing away Fred and George, who keep dropping mysterious items under the table. There's a tension in the air today, thick, like fog on a winter morning. Because tonight, there will be a meeting. The Order is gathering, and Harry wants more than anything to be part of it. He has questions. So many. About Voldemort. About the prophecy he's overheard whispers of. About why Dumbledore has kept him at arm's length. But most of all, why no one seems to trust him with the truth. The day drifts on with quiet chores. Everyone seems busy. Mrs. Weasley has organized a full cleaning operation, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione are swept up in the effort. They scrub foul cupboards that hiss when opened. They remove curtains that have grown eyes. They toss out books that scream when touched. Fred and George find it all rather hilarious. The twins, ever resourceful, are testing their new products, skiving snack boxes, canary creams, fainting fancies, and trying them out on one another with impressive results. There's laughter, yes. But under it all is a tension, like strings drawn too tight. That night, as the sun sinks behind grim rooftops, the house begins to shift. More footsteps echo in the hall. Voices murmur just out of earshot. And then, the kitchen door is closed. The Order begins its meeting. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny are sent upstairs like children at bedtime. They protest. Loudly. Harry especially feels the frustration bubbling up in him like a kettle long forgotten on the stove. He's faced Voldemort. He's fought Death Eaters. Why shouldn't he be told what's going on? But Mrs. Weasley stands firm. Dumbledore's orders, she says, and that's the end of it. Frustrated, the group retreats to the upstairs drawing room, where they pace and fume and speculate. But Sirius sees Harry's face, and a few minutes later, he reappears. His voice is low. Come downstairs, he says quietly, a hint of rebellion in his tone. You deserve to know something, Mrs. Weasley argues, of course. She insists that they're too young, that Dumbledore wouldn't approve. There's a tense exchange, Sirius's frustration bubbling to the surface. But eventually, the adults relent. Some of them, anyway. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sit down, at the table with the Order, and finally, the truth begins to unfold, slowly, carefully, like a wound being unwrapped. They learn that Voldemort is building power again, not openly, not yet, but in shadows. He is recruiting. Whispering in the ears of old allies, tempting those in the Ministry who crave influence or fear chaos. The Order is working to stop him, but they're doing it without the support of the Ministry, which continues to deny Voldemort's return entirely. The Daily Prophet has been running a smear campaign against Harry and Dumbledore. Harry listens in quiet fury as they explain how Fudge, the Minister of Magic, fears Dumbledore more than he fears Voldemort. He thinks Dumbledore is trying to overthrow him, that Harry is just a pawn in some grand political move. It's maddening, but it also explains why he's been silenced, why no one would answer his letters, why he's been left in the dark. The truth is far more frightening than lies. They speak of the Department of Mysteries, though only in whispers. Of a weapon Voldemort is after, though they won't explain what it is. Dumbledore has his reasons for holding back, Sirius says. Even from Harry. Still, it's more than he's been told all summer. And though the pieces don't yet make sense, they form a picture too large to ignore. The war has begun. Later, Harry and Sirius linger alone in the kitchen. Sirius speaks softly, of the past, of the First War, of the people they lost. His voice grows distant as he speaks of James and Lily. There is grief there, yes, but also longing. Sirius sees James in Harry's every movement, and Harry, hearing Sirius's voice break a little when he says his name, feels closer to his father than he has in months. The conversation drifts into silence. The fire crackles, softly, and the weight of the world settles again on Harry's shoulders, gently but unmistakably. He is no longer a boy in hiding. He is part of something now. Not just a school or a friendship, but a quiet war. As he climbs the stairs to bed, he notices how the walls seem a little warmer now, less haunted, more lived in. There is fear, there is danger, but there is also family. The Order may not be perfect. They may hold secrets, speak in riddles, and argue behind closed doors. But they are trying, they are fighting, and they are together, and in a world gone strange and dangerous. That is more comfort than Harry could have imagined. He slips beneath the covers, the shadows soft around him, and the distant hum of voices fades into the hush of sleep. Chapter 6. The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. The morning begins with a sigh. Soft golden light stretches across the ceiling beams, brushing gently against walls lined with old portraits and dark green wallpaper. Somewhere in the house, a distant clock chimes, marking time in tones that echo like slow footsteps through memory. Harry wakes, still wrapped in layers of yesterday's revelations. The meeting of the Order, the truth about Voldemort's quiet return, and the war they're all now part of, it weighs on him. But in this house of shadows and whispers, the weight doesn't feel quite so lonely anymore. Downstairs, the day begins in its usual bustling fashion. Mrs. Weasley is corralling everyone for another full day of cleaning. The drawing room, long, neglected and stuffed with the remnants of a proud and ancient past, is the next target. Dust dances in the sunlight, cobwebs sway in corners like thin ghosts, and the walls are cluttered with family portraits and heirlooms that seem to glare down at them with disdain. This is the drawing room of the noble and most ancient House of Black, Sirius says with a smirk as he pushes open the door. There's no warmth in his voice, only a kind of mocking bitterness, the sound of a man who has left his past behind, but finds it still waiting for him anyway. They begin to clean. Hermione takes charge of sorting books, carefully inspecting each one, mindful of curses and hexes hidden in the binding. Ron is sweeping under furniture with his wand. Harry, meanwhile, is peeling back layers of dust from cabinets and odd magical instruments. Then they come across a large tapestry. It stretches across an entire wall, richly embroidered, though worn in places. At the center, in curling golden script, it reads, "The noble and most ancient House of Black, toujours pure, always pure." Sirius stands before it, his expression unreadable. He points to the names etched there, generation after generation of pure-blood witches and wizards. Some names are blackened out, burned through, erased. One of them is his. "That's me," he says softly. Blasted off the family tree for daring to be different. Harry watches as Sirius's eyes scan the names. Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, even Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother. They were proud, he says. Proud of their blood, their name, their power. And they hated anyone who thought differently. He speaks without flinching. But there's a pain beneath the surface, deep like an old scar that never fully healed. The room feels colder somehow. Sirius turns away from the tapestry. "You know, my mother enchanted the portrait outside the kitchen herself. Thought it would be a fine way to keep her values alive." He shakes his head. "She screamed for years after I left." Harry doesn't speak. He feels something settle in his chest, something more than sympathy. It's understanding, because he too knows what it's like to feel unwanted in your own home. To grow up in a place that never felt like it loved you back. Sirius, sensing the mood, changes the subject. They resume cleaning, and for a while it's almost ordinary, almost peaceful. They discover strange magical objects tucked in drawers and under shelves, cursed lockets, ancient daggers, a music box that makes everyone sleepy until it's slammed shut. Creature lurks in the shadows, muttering under his breath about blood traitors and disgraceful half-bloods. Every now and then, he snatches something and hides it. In his cupboard before they can stop him, no one has the heart to chase him down. Creature is old, broken in his own way. A relic of the house's former glory, stubbornly clinging to memories of a world that no longer exists. By the afternoon, the drawing room feels lighter, less suffocating. Some of the portraits have been removed or silenced. The tapestry remains, but its power seems diminished, like an old story that has lost its sting. Later that evening, the quiet stretches long. Harry sits with Sirius in the dim, fire-lit room. The rest of the house is quiet, asleep or close to it. Sirius leans back in his chair, eyes distant. "This place," he murmurs. "It's like a coffin sometimes. All these rooms, all this history pressing in. But it's home now," Harry says softly. Sirius nods. "Strange, isn't it? How the place that nearly broke me is now the place where we fight back." There's a silence between them, not awkward, but full. Full of shared pain and hope and a kind of makeshift comfort. Sirius gazes into the fire. I was 16 when I left this house, he says. Ran away. Moved in with the Potters. Harry's breath catches. They were the only ones who ever treated me like family. And there it is, that invisible thread tying them together. Loss, longing, love unspoken but deeply felt in the calm. Heart of a house built on pride and fear, something else is growing. Not just resistance, not just defiance, but the beginnings of a new kind of family, not by blood, but by choice, and in a world where dark forces are rising again. That choice means everything. As Harry climbs to bed, the air feels clearer. The house no longer presses in. It exhales softly, as if recognizing something in him. Not a black, not a hero, just Harry. And that, in this house of heavy names, and louder ghosts, might be more powerful than any spell. The night closes around him like a soft cloak. Dreams come slowly, sweetly, and the noble and most ancient House of Black sleeps quietly. For now. Chapter 7. The Ministry of Magic. The morning arrives slowly, stretching its arms through the quiet corners of number 12 Grimmauld Place. A faint golden light slides across the wooden floorboards, wrapping itself around the worn curtains and illuminating specks of dust dancing lazily in the air. It is the sort of morning that carries with it both anticipation and unease, like a letter yet to be opened. Today is the day of Harry's disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic. Simple sentence, but one that trembles with meaning. Downstairs, the kitchen is already awake. Sirius, Mr. Weasley, and the Weasley children are gathered around the long wooden table. There is tea steaming gently in chipped mugs, toast stacked like little towers, and a hush beneath every word spoken. Mrs. Weasley hovers nearby, bustling, softly, her eyes flicking to Harry with the concern of someone who wishes they could make the world just a little less sharp for the ones they love. Harry eats quietly, the food sitting heavily in his stomach. He can't help but think of the hearing, of the strange, cold fear that rises each time he pictures standing before the ministry officials, defending himself for saving his cousin from a Dementor. They lie fight. Irony bites gently at his thoughts, punished for doing the right thing, but he says nothing. He has learned, over time, that the fear speaks loudest when we give it space. Mr. Weasley will accompany him today. There's a steady comfort in that fact. Arthur's presence, with all its calmness and fatherly warmth, is like a shield against the storm that might be coming. When the moment arrives, they depart quietly, slipping into the chilly London morning. The city is stirring, humming with traffic and footsteps and the rustle of early newspapers. They walk together through the Muggle world, unremarkable and invisible, until they reach a worn red telephone box on a quiet side street. To anyone else, it's just another relic of a forgotten time. But Mr. Weasley, ever fascinated by Muggle inventions, smiles as he steps inside. He dials the number, 62442, and speaks clearly. "We're here for a hearing." The phone box shudders slightly, and then begins to descend. The ground slips away. Harry watches the city vanish above him as they sink below the surface, deeper and deeper, until the walls around them glow with soft golden light. When the lift stops, they step into the heart of the magical world's governing power, the Ministry of Magic. It is breathtaking in its grandeur. The atrium is vast, with a polished floor that reflects the towering golden statues at its center. The Fountain of Magical. Brethren! Wizards and witches glide across the space in long robes, their voices low and quick. Paper memos flit through the air like enchanted butterflies, vanishing into chimneys and cracks in the walls. The whole place hums with quiet authority. Mr. Weasley leads Harry through the bustling corridors. They pass through a world shaped by order and structure, floors divided by department, doors that open with murmured spells, and workers who barely glance up from their parchment. But something about the atmosphere feels tense, as if the building itself is holding its breath. They Arrive at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. A witch behind a desk glances up and gestures vaguely down a long hallway. Harry's hearing, it turns out, has been relocated. Down, deep into the belly of the Ministry. Courtroom 10. Mr. Weasley frowns. "This isn't right," he says softly. But there's no time to question it now. They descend into the shadows. The lower levels of the Ministry are older, colder, and quieter. The stone walls are dark and smooth, and the air feels heavier. When they reach the courtroom, the door looms large and solemn. Inside, the room is cavernous. High stone walls arch above them like the ribcage of a sleeping giant. And seated around the perimeter, watching in silence, is the Wizengamot, the full council of magical law. There are so many of them. So many eyes, so many robes trimmed in silver and purple, and at the center of it all, presiding like a dark mirror of justice, is Cornelius Fudge. He barely greets Harry. Instead, he announces the charges in a cold, clipped tone: underage magic, in the presence of a muggle. A breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Harry's voice is steady as he explains. There was a Dementor. 2, in fact. He cast the Patronus to save himself and his cousin. Fudge's expression doesn't change. He questions the story. He demands to know how a Dementor could appear in Little Whinging, so far from Azkaban, so far from the known haunts of dark magic. Harry falters. But then, a soft voice speaks up. It is Dumbledore. He appears quietly, without flourish, but with all the quiet dignity of a mountain emerging from mist. He nods politely to Harry, but does not meet his gaze. To the court, he presents his case clearly. A Dementor attack, confirmed. The presence of Mrs. Figg, a squib who witnessed the events. The room murmurs. Fudge tries to argue. He suggests conspiracy. He casts doubt. He implies that Dumbledore is meddling, stirring fear, undermining the Ministry. But Dumbledore does not flinch. He does not shout. He simply stands, clear and calm, and reminds the council that a boy's life was in danger. That a spell meant to defend against a soul-sucking creature should not be punished, but understood. After a tense silence, the verdict is delivered, cleared of all charges. The weight lifts like fog burning away beneath the sun. Harry can hardly believe it. He is free. The fear that had wrapped itself around his chest for days begins to loosen. But when he turns to thank Dumbledore, the headmaster is already leaving. No eye contact, no warmth, just the soft rustle of his cloak as he disappears. Into the shadows, Harry's heart sinks just a little. There is relief, but also confusion. Why wouldn't Dumbledore look at him? Mr. Weasley clasps a hand on Harry's shoulder, smiling. You did brilliantly. They return to the surface in silence, the city above greeting them like a sigh of relief. But deep within Harry, something lingers. Yes, he is free. But something has shifted in the wind. Something cold, quiet, and uncertain. The Ministry has not changed its mind. It has simply let him go, for now, and Dumbledore, his greatest protector, feels suddenly far away. As Harry returns to Grimmauld Place that evening, the house welcomes him with familiar creaks and whispers. The hearing is over, but the story is just beginning. Chapter 8. The Hearing. Even though the hearing is behind him, Harry cannot quite settle. Back at number 12 Grimmauld Place, the rooms feel dimmer than before, and the voices quieter. The house, so ancient and full of secrets, seems to listen to their footsteps as they pass, as though it is always watching from just behind the wallpaper. Though Harry has been cleared of all charges, he cannot shake the feeling that he was only barely believed, and only narrowly saved. Mrs. Weasley, relieved beyond words, welcomes him back with a warm meal and a crushing embrace. She fusses over him in her usual way, pressing extra sausages onto his plate, brushing dust from his shoulder, smoothing his hair, though it's quite hopeless. It's comforting, and yet Harry still feels the chill of the courtroom clinging to his thoughts. But what lingers most isn't the ministry, or even the cold glares from Cornelius Fudge. It's Dumbledore. How? The headmaster had walked away without even meeting Harry's eyes. How he had spoken to the Wizengamot with calm detachment, never once addressing Harry directly, never once offering even a nod of reassurance. It eats at Harry like a quiet ache. He doesn't speak of it, not to Ron, not to Hermione, not even to Sirius. But it curls up inside him, a small knot of worry that pulses softly. Still, life at Grimmauld Place trudges forward. The Order of the Phoenix continues to meet in secret. Harry is not allowed into the meetings, of course. None of the younger ones are. But the whispers still drift up through the floorboards and the closed doors. Snatches of talk about Voldemort, about Death Eaters, about disappearances and fears. That can't quite be named. The adult members, Moody, Tonks, Lupin, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Sirius, keep tight lips and careful words. But their eyes are tired, and their faces wear the thin lines of worry. Fred and George are busying themselves with their magical inventions, constantly testing new tricks and treats for their future joke shop. They provide little flashes of laughter, like sparks in a dark cave, always ready with a quick comment or a noisy experiment that fills the house with strange smells and distant bangs. Ginny, too, seems more confident than ever, quieter than the twins, but sharper. Hermione is always scribbling notes, checking and double-checking information about magical law and ministry proceedings, while Ron mostly sighs and listens and offers a steady shoulder. One evening, over dinner, the conversation drifts again to Harry's hearing. Lupin asks gently how it went, and Harry finds himself retelling the story. Softly this time, as if the telling might untangle the tightness in his chest. The others listen carefully, nodding, occasionally asking a question or two. It helps, a little. Just speaking the truth, aloud in a room where he is believed. But then Sirius speaks up, his tone sharp and bitter. "They had no right to try you like that," he says. "In a full courtroom, no less. They're trying to discredit you and Dumbledore. It's political. They're scared." Everyone falls quiet, because they all know it's true. The Ministry doesn't want to admit that Voldemort has returned. To acknowledge that would be to admit that danger is rising again, that the war is not over but merely waiting. Fudge, in particular, is doing everything he can to control the story. To paint Dumbledore as an alarmist, and Harry as unstable. And still, Dumbledore remains distant. Hermione tries to reason it through. She says maybe Dumbledore is staying away on purpose. Maybe it's strategy, maybe it's protection. Ron agrees in a half-hearted way. Sirius, however, grows quiet. There's something haunted in his eyes. Perhaps he knows what distance from Dumbledore feels like. Later that night, as everyone drifts off to sleep, Harry lies awake in the dark. The room around him is heavy with silence. Shadows stretch across, the walls like old memories. He stares up at the ceiling, replaying the hearing in his mind. The courtroom, the voices, the echo of the verdict. Cleared of all charges, the words should bring comfort. And yet, they feel thin, like fragile glass waiting to shatter. And Dumbledore, always Dumbledore. Why won't he speak to me? Harry turns on his side, the old bed springs creaking beneath him. Hedwig rustles softly in her cage, and the quiet breathing of his friends fills the room like a lullaby. Sleep does not come easily, but eventually, it does come. And when it does, it brings no dreams, just stillness. Chapter 9. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley. The house at number 12. Grimmauld Place awakens in hushed tones. Outside, the August sun peers gently through the grimy windows, turning dust motes into tiny floating stars. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of old wood, parchment, and the faint trace of magical spells lingering in the wallpaper. The drawing room is quieter than usual this morning. The mood, though peaceful on the surface, carries a subtle weight, like something left unsaid. Upstairs, Sirius broods in the shadows of ancestral portraits. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley moves with purpose, her arms full of folded linens and her eyes slightly swollen from lack of sleep. She's been trying to keep the household together, through order meetings, through noisy twins and a cluttered kitchen, through her own tightly wound fears. She wears her worry like a cloak, stitched invisibly into every gentle gesture and every scolding look. But today, her voice is softer than usual. And Harry can see it in her, see the lines on her face etched a little deeper. As the young members of the household gather at the kitchen table, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, and Harry, there's a task awaiting them. The Order needs help, and today even the youngest will lend their hands. Their job is to clear the drawing room. It sounds simple enough, but nothing in Grimmauld Place is ever quite that easy. The room is filled with strange magical artifacts, some cursed, some enchanted, some simply odd. Cobwebs drape the corners like ghostly curtains. Portraits mutter behind layers of dust. And then there's the Black Family Tapestry, a vast, faded scroll that covers one wall, depicting generations of the noble House of Black. Silver thread marks each name until, in a few places, the thread burns away into scorched black holes. Sirius's name is one of them. He points to it with a strange smile, half bitter, half proud, and tells the others how his mother blasted it off the tapestry the moment he was sorted into Gryffindor. The others listen in quiet fascination, the weight of history pressing in around them. As they work through the clutter, sorting, cleaning, banishing curses, they uncover objects that resist removal. One in particular, a heavy locket, refuses to open. It gives off a strange energy, cold and closed, and the group decides to leave it alone. There's something haunting about the locket, something that clings like a whisper, even after it's placed back in the drawer. Still, they press on. Fred and George make jokes to lighten the mood, their laughter echoing like sunlight through a dusty room. Hermione is meticulous, carefully, checking each item with quiet spells. Ron offers muttered help, and Ginny moves with the calm focus of someone who has grown up with magic in her veins. Harry watches them all, grateful somehow for the rhythm of it. It's a distraction from darker thoughts, from Dumbledore's distance, from the hearing, from the cold certainty that the world beyond Grimmauld Place is changing fast. But not everyone finds peace in these small tasks. Later that evening, as the younger ones prepare for bed, a quiet cry breaks through the stillness. Mrs. Weasley is in the drawing room, her face pale, her wand shaking slightly in her hand. She's been trying to remove a boggart, an ever-changing creature that becomes what you fear most. The children rush in, and what they see stops them in their tracks. The boggart has become Ron's body, lying still and lifeless. Then it shifts to Hermione, then to Fred, to George, to Harry. Each time, Mrs. Weasley gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. Her tears fall silently, one after another, and her wand lowers in helplessness. She cannot bear to face what she fears. Lupin steps in gently, casting the charm, ridiculous, with quiet ease. The boggart crumples into something harmless and disappears. There is silence. Mrs. Weasley sinks into a chair, her hands covering her face. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I just keep seeing it. All of you. Dead. I can't bear it. I've already lost so many. I can't lose any more." The room softens around her grief. No one speaks. There are no right words for a mother's fear. Sirius stands in the doorway, a shadow of pain flickering across his expression. He doesn't move closer, but something in his eyes says he understands. Harry steps forward. He doesn't know what to say, but he sits beside her silently, just being there. The others follow. Sometimes comfort doesn't come in words. Sometimes it comes in presence. Later, as they retreat quietly to their rooms, the house feels gentler. Still haunted, yes, but warmer somehow, as if by sharing fear they've made the load a little lighter. Harry lies awake again that night, not from worry this time, but from reflection. The boggart showed Mrs. Weasley's worst fears. Not monsters, not creatures, not war itself, but loss. Loss of her children. Loss of Harry. Loss of light in a world already so dim. Harry realizes something then. He is loved here. Deeply. Truly. And not just as the boy who lived, but as someone who matters, someone who belongs. It wraps around him like a soft quilt, and with that quiet thought, his eyes begin to close. Chapter 10. Luna Lovegood. Morning comes quietly to number 12 Grimmauld Place. There's a hushed excitement in the air, laced with a touch of anxiety. It's the 1st of September, time to return to Hogwarts. The kitchen is filled with the familiar clatter of dishes, the scent of toast and tea, and the rustling of robes being folded into trunks. Harry is quieter than usual as he eats. The memory of Mrs. Weasley's fears from the night before still lingers like a gentle ache. But there is something comforting about the rhythm of departure. Packing bags, gathering school supplies, and sharing one last breakfast under the flickering gas lamps of Grimmauld Place. The members of the Order are bustling about too. Moody, Tonks, Lupin, and Kingsley Shacklebolt prepare to escort the students to King's Cross Station. There's no room for risk now, not with Voldemort back, and the Ministry refusing to believe it. Every step is taken with cautious precision, every glance over a shoulder filled with quiet intent. At the station, under the vast arching roof of King's Cross, the group melts into the crowd. Mundane voices chatter around them, muggles going about their day, unaware of the quiet tide of magic that pulses just beneath the surface. As Harry steps through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4, a familiar warmth fills him. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express is waiting, billowing white steam that curls like sleepy dreams into the morning sky. There's something soothing about the train. Its predictability, its rhythm, its promise. Here, in this moment he feels almost like a normal boy again. They find a compartment together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and prepare for the long ride north. But the train is more crowded than usual, and soon they find themselves joined by someone new. A girl steps lightly into their compartment. She's about their age, with long, silvery blonde hair that falls like threads of moonlight past her shoulders. Her eyes are wide, pale, and unblinking, like soft silver orbs that miss nothing, not even the dust dancing in the light. She's wearing radish-shaped earrings, a necklace made of what looks like butterbeer corks, and she's holding a copy of The Quibbler Upside Down. "Hello," she says dreamily. "I'm Luna Lovegood." Her voice is light, almost musical, as though she's speaking from a dream. The others glance at each other, unsure what to say. Luna, however, seems entirely at ease. She sits across from them and begins to read her upside-down magazine without a care in the world. There's something about her, something both strange and deeply peaceful. She seems untouched by the usual worries of the world floating through it in her own quiet orbit. Hermione whispers that Luna is in Ravenclaw, a year below them. Known for being odd, she says. Eccentric. But Harry doesn't feel unsettled by her presence. In fact, there's something soothing about Luna's calm, her unblinking honesty, her quiet detachment from judgment. As the train hums steadily forward, the conversation drifts to school, to the Order, to the Ministry's continued denial of Voldemort's return. Neville speaks softly about his summer. His Gran still doesn't quite believe the seriousness of it all, but Neville does. He always has. The air turns still for a while, the compartment filled only with the rustling of pages, the soft rhythm of tracks beneath them, and the occasional whistle of wind through the cracks in the window. Then, from the corridor outside, there's a sudden burst of sound. Malfoy. He's passing by with Crabbe and Goyle, tossing taunts through the door, mocking Harry about the hearing, about the Daily Prophet's claims that he's unstable. His words are sharp and cutting, but Harry doesn't rise to the bait. Not here. Not now. He has grown used to the rumors, the stares, the whispering. They sting, yes, but less than they used to. He is learning, slowly, to sit with them in silence. Luna, meanwhile, doesn't even look up. "Don't worry," she says in her dreamy voice. "You're just as sane as I am." The room goes quiet. For a moment, Harry isn't sure if it's a comfort or a warning, but Luna smiles softly, like she sees more than she says, and returns to her magazine. The journey continues. Somewhere outside, the hills of Scotland begin to rise like old sleeping giants, their green folds cloaked in mist. The sun begins to lower, casting amber light across the windows. As evening settles, the students change into their robes, and the train begins its final climb toward the castle. When they arrive at Hogsmeade Station, there's a surprise waiting. Instead of the usual horseless carriages, the creatures pulling them are visible now. They are tall, thin, and skeletal, winged beasts with dragon-like features and milky white eyes. Their black skin clings tightly to their bones, and their steps are slow, deliberate. Harry stares. He's never seen them before, but they are there, clear as day, pulling the carriages with eerie grace. Ron doesn't seem to notice them at all, nor does Hermione, nor does Neville. Only Luna stands beside Harry and sees them too. "You're not mad," she says quietly. "I can see them too." Harry asks her what they are. "They're called Thestrals," she replies. "They're only visible to people who've seen death." Her voice is calm, not afraid. Simply knowing. Harry says nothing, but his heart beats softly in his chest. Cedric. He understands now. The carriage ride to Hogwarts is silent. The Thestrals pull them through the dark woods, their movements graceful, like shadows dancing between the trees. And when the castle finally comes into view, its towers glowing softly in the dusk, it feels like a place both ancient and familiar. Safe, in a way that is deeper than words. And somewhere deep inside, Harry feels the weight of change. The world is no longer as it was. He is no longer who he once was. But in this strange, beautiful moment, with the mountains rising behind them, the Thestrals pulling them forward, and the stars beginning to wake in the sky, he is not alone. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat's New Song. The warm golden lights of the Great Hall shimmer gently against the enchanted ceiling, where twilight clouds drift lazily above, and the first stars begin to wink through the velvet dusk. Harry steps into the hall alongside his friends, the echo of their footsteps softened by the thick stone floor beneath. The familiar scent of wax and wood, of roasted meats and fresh bread, floats in the air like a comforting memory. This is Hogwarts. And yet, as the students gather at their house tables and the Sorting Hat is carried to its customary place, a hush falls over the room. There is something in the air, something more solemn than usual. A quiet awareness that the world outside is changing, and even within these ancient walls, the winds have shifted. The Sorting Hat sits on its stool, time-worn and patched. It sags slightly with age. But then, it stirs. A jagged tear near its brim opens wide, and it begins to sing. Its voice is soft and rhythmic, echoing through the hall like an old story recited from memory. But this year's song is different. No mere rhyme about bravery or loyalty. It is a warning cloaked in poetry. It speaks of the founding of Hogwarts, the 4 great witches and wizards who shaped its stones, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. It sings of their unity, once strong, and their fracture, which split them apart. But this year, the Sorting Hat urges unity. It tells the students that the danger lies not just beyond the castle walls, but within them too. It speaks of division and pride, and gently warns them. Now is the time to stand together, or else risk falling apart. The words hang in the stillness like frost on glass. The song ends. No applause follows, only a thoughtful quiet. And then, the ceremony begins. First, years step nervously forward, one by one, to be sorted beneath the old hat's whispering brim. Each child is greeted with a burst of applause from their new house, the tables flickering with joy and acceptance. Harry watches from Gryffindor table, his gaze drifting off into the staff table at the front of the hall. Professor McGonagall sits straight-backed as ever. Flitwick twinkles behind his spectacles. Hagrid beams and waves, though his eyes seem weary. Snape is there too, still and cold, eyes unreadable. And in the center, Professor Dumbledore. His silver beard glows in the candlelight. His eyes, blue and ancient, sweep the room with quiet gravity. He rises at last to speak. His voice is calm and kind. He welcomes the students back to Hogwarts, introduces a few, changes in staffing, and makes only the lightest mention of challenging times. But when he announces the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, the silence turns stiff. Professor Dolores Umbridge, he says, gesturing to a small woman. Seated beside him, she wears a fluffy pink cardigan and a ribbon in her hair. Her smile is tight, stretched like a bowstring. Her eyes are wide, peering over a teacup with unsettling control. And then, to everyone's surprise, Professor Umbridge stands to speak. Without invitation, she clears her throat with a sickly sweet hem, and begins a speech that is slow, syrupy, and yet strangely cold beneath the surface. She speaks in a sing-song tone about tradition, about the value of order, about interference and meddling, and the need for the ministry to have a firmer hand at Hogwarts. Her words, though polite on the surface, feel heavy, like iron beneath lace. Most of the students grow bored or confused. Some whisper, but Harry watches Dumbledore closely. His face remains still, yet distant, as though he already knows the shadows this speech casts. When Umbridge finally sits down, again, a quiet discomfort settles over the room. The feast begins, but the mood is subdued. The Sorting Hat's warning and Umbridge's intrusion have pierced the usual wonder of the first night. As the food appears and the tables come alive with movement, Harry picks at his plate, listening. There's talk around him, murmured questions, about Umbridge, about the Ministry's influence. Hermione is particularly sharp in her observations. She believes the Ministry has placed Umbridge at Hogwarts deliberately, perhaps to monitor Dumbledore, or to control what is taught about Voldemort's return. Ron shrugs, but Harry feels the same. This isn't just about a new teacher. It's about trust, about silence, about control. When the feast ends, the students rise and follow their prefects to the dormitories. The castle seems quieter this year. The staircases groan gently as they move. The portraits seem more watchful. Even the suits of armor stand up, little stiffer. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry climbs the stairs to the boys' dormitory, slipping into the warm cocoon of red and gold hangings, the soft glow of embers from the common room below. His trunk waits at the foot of his bed. His owl, Hedwig, hoots softly from her perch. He lies down and stares at the ceiling, thinking of the Thestrals, the Sorting Hat's song, and the sugary smile of Dolores Umbridge. Things are changing, not just out there, but here, in this place that once felt untouched. Still, as his eyes grow heavy and the murmurs of his dorm mates fade into the night, Hogwarts wraps around him like an old quilt. Protective. Familiar. He doesn't know what the year ahead will bring. But sleep comes all. The same, riding softly on the breath of candle smoke and the echo of an ancient hat song. Chapter 12. Professor Umbridge. Morning breaks over Hogwarts with a cool mist that hugs the stone walls and frosts the windows in delicate breath. The sky is pearly and still, and the castle feels caught between dreaming and waking. In the Gryffindor dormitory. The curtains of Harry's four-poster bed ripple gently as he stirs, blinking against the sleepy haze of a long and restless night. The soft rustle of school robes, the scent of toast drifting upward from the great hall, and the murmur of familiar voices help ease the morning in. It is the first proper day of classes. Outside the common room window, the Forbidden Forest looms like a shadowy guardian. Inside, Harry, Ron, and Hermione dress for the day, chatting softly about their new schedules. There is curiosity in the air, but also unease, lingering from the previous night, when Dolores Umbridge's voice seemed to curl into every corner of the Great Hall. As the trio walks down to breakfast, they pass sleepy portraits and drifting ghosts. Nearly headless Nick glides by with a half smile, offering a polite greeting. Even he seems quieter this morning. In the Great Hall, the owls swoop in with newspapers and parcels. Harry's eyes flick instinctively to the Daily Prophet. But still, no news of Voldemort, no mention of the night at the Ministry, only the same vague headlines and cheerful diversions. Hermione shakes her head. They're pretending nothing happened, she whispers. And now Umbridge is here to keep us quiet. The first class of the day is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry's footsteps grow heavier as they near the classroom. He's used to unpredictability in this subject. Each year bringing a new professor, each with their own quirks and mysteries. But this time feels different. This time the danger doesn't hide behind a turban or a cursed diary or a werewolf's secrets. It smiles sweetly and wears pink. The classroom itself is indifferent. Gone are the cages, the spell books piled high, the faded posters of curses and counters. Instead, lace doilies rest on the desks. Framed kittens chase butterflies on the walls, mewing silently in enchanted loops. The windows are spotless. The scent of lavender hangs in the air, cloying and artificial. Dolores Umbridge stands at the front, her smile taut and unwavering. She wears another soft cardigan, her hands folded neatly over her notes. Her voice, when she speaks, is sugary and slow, like syrup dripping from a spoon. "Wands away," she says. "Please take out your textbooks." There's a pause. "Defense class? Without wands?" Hermione's brow furrows. Professor Umbridge begins the lesson by handing out a ministry-approved syllabus, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. The class is to read Chapter 1 silently. No discussion, no practical work, no spells. Just quiet reading. Harry flips open the book. The words are dry, passive, overly cautious. There is talk of theoretical danger, of reactive defense, but nothing about spells, nothing about practice, nothing about real-world magic. Hermione raises her hand. "Professor, when will we be learning defensive spells?" Umbridge's smile never wavers. "You won't need them. There is no need for practical defense. The Ministry is confident that theoretical knowledge is sufficient to pass your exams." Hermione presses on. "But what if we need to defend ourselves outside of school?" There is a pause. Then that chilling little cough. "Hem, hem." "Let me make something clear," says Umbridge, her voice honeyed but icy. "You will not need to use defensive magic. There is no reason you should ever be in danger. That sort of thinking," she adds, "is alarmist." Harry feels heat rising in his chest. It's not just about exams, not anymore. He knows what he saw, what he felt. Cedric's death wasn't theory. Voldemort's return wasn't a classroom, exercise. He raises his hand, and then, without waiting, he speaks. "So we're not supposed to do magic in a defense class? We're just supposed to read about it and hope for the best." There is a pause, sharp and frozen. Umbridge turns to him slowly. Her eyes, wide and empty, settle on him with practiced sweetness. "Mr. Potter," she says, "do you have something you wish to share?" "Yes," Harry says. His voice is firm but even. "Voldemort's back, and if we're not going to learn how to protect ourselves, we're all in danger." The room goes silent. A chill creeps over the students. Umbridge's smile never slips. "That is a lie," she says softly. "The Ministry of Magic assures us that the Dark Lord has not returned. Spreading such falsehoods is dangerous and foolish." Harry stands his ground. It's not a lie. There is a soft gasp from one of the students, and then Umbridge, still smiling, still sweet, leans forward and says something that cuts through the room like a whisper of frost. "Detention, Mr. Potter." The class ends without further discussion. No spells are cast, no defense is taught, just silence, stiff chairs, and the thick tension of something unnatural blooming in the air. As they file out, Hermione touches Harry's arm. She's not just a bad teacher, she murmurs. She's here to rewrite the truth. Harry nods, jaw tight. The corridors of Hogwarts stretch out before them, familiar yet altered. The walls haven't changed, but something within them has. The day moves on with other classes, transfiguration, charms, but everything is dimmed by that first lesson. That night in the common room, Harry sits by the fire. He is quiet. The flames flicker across his face as he stares into the embers, the reflection of Dolores Umbridge's smile dancing in the coals. Ron and Hermione sit beside him, silent too. Above them, the shadows of the castle shift gently, and somewhere in the distance, an enchanted kitten meows from a frame. Chapter 13. Detention with Dolores. The days following Professor Umbridge's first lesson move with a strange, muffled rhythm. Hogwarts, usually so full of surprises and discoveries, now feels hushed. The joy of learning spells and uncovering secrets has been replaced with something more cautious, something restrained. It's as if the castle itself is holding its breath. Word spreads quickly among the students about the odd new teaching style in defense against the dark arts. No spells. No dueling, no practice, just reading and memorization, just the ministry's version of safety. But the real whisper, what really makes the common rooms buzz and quiet down when certain footsteps echo past, is Harry's detention. Not just any. Detention. Detention with Dolores. On the evening of his punishment, the sun sets in a pink haze over the turrets, casting the sky in delicate shades of rose and violet. The lake glitters softly, and a few last golden rays spill through the windows of the castle, catching the dust in midair like drifting snow. Harry walks alone through the corridors. His steps are slow, thoughtful, and quiet. The portraits on the walls seem to watch him pass, their eyes following, murmuring softly amongst themselves. Even they sense something is different now. He reaches the defense classroom. The door opens with a quiet creak. Inside, the room is still set like a parlor. Lace, doilies, kitten plates on the walls, everything trimmed in pastels. A desk stands alone at the front. Beside it, Dolores Umbridge smiles. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," she says, her voice light as sugar spun too fine. Harry nods but doesn't speak. "Please, sit down," she continues, gesturing to the small, neat chair beside the desk. "We're going to do some lines." Harry glances at the parchment and quill sitting on the desk. Ordinary enough, but then Umbridge speaks again, her tone bright and casual. "You'll be writing, 'I must not tell lies.'" Harry reaches for the quill. He notices something. There's no ink pot. He looks up at her. "You haven't given me any ink," he says. She smiles wider, if that's even possible. "Oh, you won't need ink," she replies sweetly. "Just begin writing." He hesitates for a moment, then puts quill to parchment. "I must not tell lies." As the words scratch their way across the paper, Harry feels a sharp, sudden sting on the back of his hand. He gasps softly and looks down. The words he has just written appear, scarlet, etched into his skin, as if the parchment is echoing the phrase back onto his flesh. "I must not tell lies." And slowly, the skin seals again. No blood, no ink, just pain, then healing, over and over. He glances at Umbridge. She is watching him, hands folded, lips curled in satisfaction. Harry continues to write, each line carving itself into his hand with perfect, cruel precision. The room is silent except for the scratching of the quill and the occasional purring mewl from one of the kittens on the wall. The hours slip by like clouds across the moon. Outside, the castle settles into night. Lights dim, doors close. The quiet turns deeper, almost velvet. Inside that tiny, saccharine room, Harry writes, and the phrase repeats in burning loops. "I must not tell lies." He never cries out. Never complains, just sits there, enduring it, hour after hour, and Umbridge never blinks. She smiles and watches and says nothing more. When she finally releases him, the room is darker, the corridor is emptier. The air is cool, and Harry walks, slowly back to Gryffindor Tower, hand aching but steady. He doesn't tell Ron and Hermione what happened. Not right away. They ask gently. But he brushes it off. The truth is, something in him doesn't want to speak it aloud, as though to give it words would be to give it power. The next night, she summons him again, and the next, and again. Each evening, he returns to that strange, silent room. Each night, the same phrase is etched into his hand. Not enough to bleed, not enough to scream, just enough to leave a mark that lingers long after the writing is done. On the third night, Harry's hand is red and raw. Hermione notices. She takes his hand gently, her touch feather light. Her breath catches when she sees the words written into his skin. Her voice, usually so steady, trembles as she says, This is illegal, Harry. This is torture." Harry pulls his hand away. "She wants me to stop telling the truth," he says quietly. "She wants to scare me into silence." And yet, he doesn't stop. He still speaks up in class. He still pushes back, and he still goes to detention. The quiet resistance builds in him like a fire lit low in the belly, a flame that says, "I know the truth, and no amount of pink cardigans or ministry rules will make me forget it." By the end of the week, the scars on his hand are faint, but not gone. Faint, but still whispering the phrase into his skin. He looks at them sometimes just before bed, not with fear, but with resolve. Some truths are worth the pain. And somewhere deep inside the castle, behind pink walls and porcelain smiles, Professor Umbridge waits. Her punishments are polite. Her cruelty is wrapped in bows. But Harry Potter, even in his quiet hours, even in sleep, is not so easily broken. Chapter 14. Percy and Padfoot. The Sunday following Harry's week of detentions arrives with a crispness in the air, a whisper of changing seasons. The sky outside the windows of Gryffindor Tower is overcast, a silver sheet stretched across the heavens, diffusing the morning light until the castle glows with a gentle, sleepy haze. Inside, the common room is warm and soft, filled with the rustling of papers, the scratching of quills, and the occasional clink of a teacup. The fire crackles faintly in the hearth. There's a sense of calm, a rare pause in the ceaseless rhythm of school life. Harry is tucked into one of the squashy armchairs by the fire, his hand still tender, though healing. The red-etched words from Umbridge's quill have faded somewhat, but the sensation of writing them still lingers, like a memory in his skin. He sits in quiet thought as Hermione pores over books, and Ron attempts to finish his homework with a look of slow-sinking dread. The calm is interrupted by a delivery, an owl, not a Hogwarts owl, not a regular post owl, but one with the look of secrecy about it, its feathers sleek, eyes alert. It swoops into the common room and drops a letter into Harry's lap, then disappears before anyone can react. Harry opens it with cautious fingers. Inside, Sirius's familiar handwriting, short, direct, gentle in its concern. He writes of hearing, about Umbridge, of how dangerous she is, and urges Harry to be careful, to keep his head down, to stay quiet when necessary. Sirius, ever the rebel, is trying to play the role of protector from afar, and in his words is a kind of aching worry, a tension between the desire to keep Harry safe and the knowledge that Harry is growing, changing, resisting. Hermione reads, over Harry's shoulder, her expression tightening. She's always wary when Sirius reaches out. His impulsiveness makes her nervous, his passion too wild for her careful plans. Ron, however, perks up. Sirius is right, he says with a mix of pride and concern. But I wish he'd say more. I wish he could tell us what's really going on. They begin to talk about the ministry, about Dumbledore, about the quiet storm that seems to be building in the shadows of their lives. But then comes another letter, this time for Ron. It's from Percy. Percy Weasley, the older brother who had once been head boy, who had once walked these same corridors with pride and purpose. Percy, who now stands on the other side of a growing divide. The letter is long, formal, cold. Ron reads it aloud. It speaks of loyalty, to the ministry, not to family. It warns Ron to distance himself from Harry, to choose the right path. Percy urges Ron to think for himself, though it's clear he means, think like me. The letter chills the room. Hermione's face darkens. Ron's ears go red. It is the kind of letter that tries to plant seeds of doubt, of division. A letter meant not just to warn, but to wound. And in a way, it does. Ron, who has always followed his older brothers, who has always looked up, to them now sits frozen in the glow of the fire, unsure how to feel. Harry tries to shrug it off to ease the tension, but it's not just a personal slight, it's a sign of something bigger. The divide is growing not just at Hogwarts, but across families, across friendships, across all of wizarding society. Still, even in the shadow of Percy's betrayal, something else remains strong. The bond between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. That triangle, quiet, loyal, resilient, endures. They are growing more than just older. They are growing together. Later that evening, as twilight begins to fall and shadows grow long across the stone floors of the castle, Harry sneaks away to send a response to Sirius. He knows he's not supposed to, but there's a longing in him to be connected to the man who knew his parents, to hear the voice of someone who believes in him without reservation. He slips through the corridors under his invisibility cloak, careful, light on his feet, the night air in the owlery is cold and sharp, laced with feathers and the scent of straw. He finds Hedwig, strokes her feathers, and sends the letter away into the dusk. It flutters into the sky like a soft white promise. The next morning, classes resume, but the atmosphere remains heavy. Umbridge continues her slow, syrupy reign, her rules now spreading like ivy. Educational decrees are pinned to the notice boards. Whispers of rebellion stir, but quietly, like wind through tall grass. Even Fred and George seem restless, not with mischief, but with purpose. And then there's Hermione. She watches it all, unfold with sharp, thoughtful eyes. One afternoon, after a long and dull defense against the dark arts lesson, she turns to Harry and Ron and says very softly, "We have to do something. We can't just let her stop us from learning how to defend ourselves." The words hang in the air, soft but potent. Something is beginning to form. Not yet a plan, not yet a movement, but an idea, a flicker, a beginning. And though Percy may write his warnings, and the ministry may tighten its grip, and Dolores may smile, her dangerous smile, beneath it all something is shifting. Not in defiance of the darkness, but in quiet preparation for it. Because Harry and his friends know, this is more than school. This is the start of something bigger. Chapter 15, The Hogwarts High Inquisitor. The morning greets the castle with the usual sounds, the flurry of wings in the owlery, the slow thud of footsteps on stone, and the murmuring of students rubbing the sleep from their eyes. But something feels different in the air, as though the walls are listening, as though the staircases hesitate. On the notice board beneath fading announcements and enchanted parchment, a new decree gleams in sharp ink. Educational Decree number 23. With it, a new title is born, Hogwarts High Inquisitor. And the role belongs, perhaps unsurprisingly, to Professor Dolores Umbridge. It is a moment of quiet unease, a pause in the collective breath of the school. Because what does it mean truly to be a High Inquisitor? The words sound almost silly, almost theatrical, but there is nothing playful about the power they represent. Umbridge now has the authority to inspect and evaluate the teachers, not just to teach her class with her thick, sugary voice and cutting quill, but to peer into the practices of others, to peer into Dumbledore's domain. She walks the halls with even greater confidence now, her frilly robes swishing like poisoned petals, her clipboard tucked firmly under her arm. Her eyes scan everything, noting, marking, judging. She smiles more, but it is a smile that tightens rather than warms. The first victim of her inspections is none other than Professor Trelawney. The divination classroom, once filled with incense, low light and softly tinkling teacups, becomes the stage for Umbridge's scrutiny. She sits in a small, stiff chair, scribbling silently as Trelawney stammers and waves her arms in dramatic gestures. The atmosphere that once felt dreamy and safe is now prickled with anxiety. The students sense it too. No one laughs at Trelawney's predictions this time. Even the skeptics feel a twinge of sympathy. Word travels fast through the castle's many whispers. Next, she inspects Professor Grubbly Plank's lesson. A class about unicorns, graceful, shy creatures with silver coats and quiet eyes. The lesson is, as always, well done. But even Grubbly Plank's calm competence is measured and recorded, analyzed by Umbridge's steady quill. There's something chilling about the way she moves, quietly reordering the power structure of the school. Her next inspection, of course, is the one that sends real waves through the student body. Professor McGonagall. That morning, the classroom is full. The usual hush of transfiguration lessons sits like velvet over everything. Umbridge walks in unannounced. She does not greet McGonagall. She simply sits. Clipboard ready, eyes steady. But McGonagall... Oh, Minerva McGonagall stands tall, her spine straight as a wand, her expression unreadable. She teaches as she always does, with clarity, dignity, and precision. And when Umbridge interrupts with her syrupy tones, McGonagall answers with pointed sharpness. It is a battle fought with tones and pauses, with silent war drums behind every word. "Are you quite sure you wouldn't like a cough drop, Dolores?" she asks at one point, her voice cool and dry. The students, though silent, feel a shift. This isn't just about lessons anymore. It's about resistance, about preserving something beneath the rules. Later, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione talk about the inspections in low voices. Hermione has been watching everything closely, her eyes narrowed in thought. She's been reading, too, articles in the Daily Prophet, ministry pamphlets, and small whispers in the lines between lines. She knows what's happening, even if the full shape of it hasn't yet formed. She tells Harry that Umbridge's appointment is political, that Fudge is afraid of Dumbledore, afraid he's building an army, that this isn't just about rules, it's about control. And then she looks at Harry and says the words that will change everything. "I think we should start our own defense group." She says it calmly but firmly. No drama, no spark. Just a simple idea, soft and small like a seed. Harry stares at her. So does Ron, but they understand. In Umbridge's world of silence and surveillance, knowledge has become a quiet kind of rebellion. A few days later, Fred and George stage a small moment of joyful defiance during a particularly tense charms class. A small explosion, a loud bang, a flash of color, just enough to release some of the pressure building in the castle's lungs. And then there is Draco Malfoy. He walks the corridors with a new swagger, dropping hints that he might be forming his own group, a group that will inform on anyone breaking the rules. He smirks when he passes Harry, but Harry is learning to keep his calm. Still, a storm stirs behind his eyes. Back in the dormitory that evening, the room glows with golden candlelight. Ron is playing with a fanged frisbee, badly, and Hermione is making a list. Not just of people, but of possibilities. They know they will need a place to practice. They know they will need secrecy. But more than anything, they need purpose. Harry still struggles with the weight of everything. With the dreams, the detentions, the rumors, and now the strange sense that Hogwarts itself is slowly changing under their feet. But something is also awakening in him. Not just anger, not just defiance, but leadership. He doesn't quite know it yet, but others do. Hermione sees it. Ron sees it. Even the other students in their glances and questions seem to sense it. That beneath the chaos, beneath the careful steps of the High Inquisitor, something else is growing, like roots beneath the frost. like light waiting just behind a shuttered window. Chapter 16. In the Hog's Head. Outside, autumn deepens its hold on the grounds of Hogwarts. The leaves rustle like dry parchment across the paths, and the sky seems perpetually overcast, an endless soft blanket of gray. The castle remains, both safe and strange, a familiar shape cloaked in unfamiliar rules. Inside Gryffindor Tower, the fire crackles gently, but something warmer is brewing in the hearts of the students. Hermione's idea is no longer just a passing thought. It has become a plan. She's been working in secret, crafting the steps, nudging the right people, and, most importantly, finding a place. A place where they can gather. A place where no clipboard or sugary smile can reach. But first, they must meet. And so, with quiet resolve, a group of students makes their way out of the castle and down through the winding streets of Hogsmeade. It is a gray Saturday, the sky thick with mist. The usual sparkle of a Hogsmeade weekend is dulled, as though the village itself is holding its breath. But within this fog, something new is stirring. The students walk in pairs or small groups, trying not to attract attention. There are familiar faces. Neville Longbottom, his round face flushed from the cold. Luna Lovegood, drifting slightly behind the others with her dreamy gaze fixed on the clouds. Dean and Seamus, Lavender and Parvati, and many more. And of course, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walking at the heart of it all. They approach a weathered, old inn at the edge of the village. Its sign swings crookedly in the wind. The letters faded, the wood warped. The Hog's Head. It is not the cozy warmth of the Three Broomsticks. It smells of stale ale and dust, and the single room is lit by murky light through grimy windows. But it is private. It is quiet. And that is all they need. The students file in, huddling close, speaking in hushed tones. They push together a few worn wooden tables and gather round. The barman is gruff, uninterested, hidden behind a tangle of beard and shadow. A goat smell lingers faintly in the air, oddly comforting in its rural stubbornness. Hermione begins. Her voice is soft but sure as she lays out the reason they've gathered. Not to gossip or joke, but to learn what the school refuses to teach. Defense. Against the dark arts. Real defense, real spells, real understanding, and she turns to Harry. Because this is where it begins. Not with rules or plans, but with a simple truth. That Harry has faced what others haven't. That he knows things they cannot learn from a book. Harry is reluctant. He shifts in his seat. His face flushes as people begin to speak, first quietly, then louder, voices layering like a soft chorus. They say he fought off Dementors, that he faced dragons, that he stood his ground in the graveyard. Zacharias Smith questions it all, doubting, pressing. But others leap to Harry's defense. Neville, usually quiet, speaks up with surprising strength. And Luna, in her own curious way, believes Harry with a dreamy certainty that doesn't require proof. They don't want a teacher. They want a leader. And that word begins to echo silently in the candlelight. Harry. Leader. Hermione suggests they sign their names to show commitment. She's enchanted the parchment so no one can betray them without consequence. A subtle charm, with far-reaching effects. Names appear in ink, one after another. Terry Boot, Ernie Macmillan, Cho Chang. Cho. Her name written in flowing script, her eyes on Harry as she signs. There's something delicate in the moment. A flicker of something more than interest. Something uncertain and soft. The meeting ends quietly. The students slip, away one by one into the mist of Hogsmeade. Outside, the village is still. The kind of stillness that feels like snow is coming. Harry lingers. The Hog's Head sign creaks gently in the wind. A few goats wander near the back fence, their bleats faint beneath the wind. The barman watches them leave, eyes unreadable beneath heavy brows. Back at Hogwarts, Harry feels something new stirring beneath the usual tiredness. He's not just surviving anymore. He's beginning, and not alone. That night, the trio sits by the fire in the common room. Crookshanks curls on Hermione's lap. Ron munches on a sugar quill, the wrapper crackling lazily. They speak softly, all three of them leaning slightly closer. Because now they're not just reacting to Umbridge, they're building something of their own. It doesn't have a name yet, but it has a purpose. And that, in a world of whispers and warnings, is a powerful thing. Chapter 17, Educational Decree number 24. A soothing bedtime explanation of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. The warmth of Hogsmeade fades into memory, like the soft curl of breath on a cold window pane. Back within the stone embrace of Hogwarts, the castle stirs as though aware that something unspoken has occurred. In a school where portraits talk and staircases shift, secrets do not remain hidden for long. It begins the next morning. Another piece of parchment appears on the notice board in the common room. It's fresh, its ink still sharp and heavy. Educational Decree number 24, issued by the Ministry of Magic, enforced by Hogwarts' own High Inquisitor. It states that all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, or clubs are hereby disbanded, unless approved by the High Inquisitor herself. The words are cold and formal, but their meaning is clear. Umbridge knows, or at least suspects. The walls of Hogwarts seem to pull closer around the students. The air grows taut with nervous energy. In the common rooms and corridors, voices lower to whispers, and eyes glance over shoulders more often than before. Hermione's face tightens when she reads the decree. Ron lets out a low, angry noise. "She's trying to stop us before we've even begun." But Harry says nothing. He simply stares at the parchment, his expression unreadable, his thoughts already elsewhere, already calculating, wondering who might have spoken. How quickly. News had traveled. They returned to their classes with a new sense of caution. Umbridge seems more present than ever, as though her pink cardigans are multiplying in every hallway. She walks with that same sickly smile, her clipboard never far from reach, and now her power has grown even further. She is watching. Everyone. The Inquisitorial Squad, her new allies, hand-picked students with eyes like hungry crows, begins to patrol the halls. Draco Malfoy wears his new badge with pride, strutting like a cat that's caught a mouse, though the mouse has yet to squeak. Back in the common room, Hermione pulls out the list of names from their secret meeting. She stares at it with narrowed eyes. "No one would have told," she says, more to herself than anyone else. "I made sure of it. The enchantment is foolproof. She's right." The charm she cast on the parchment would alert them if anyone betrayed the group, so the decree must be a guess, a preemptive strike. That evening, the three of them slip through the corridors, careful with their steps, shadows clinging to their robes like secrets. They're heading to the library, not for books this time, but for strategy. Hermione wants to find precedents, rules, anything that might help them maneuver around the new restrictions. Ron is less concerned with legality and more with finding somewhere new to meet. Somewhere Umbridge would never look, and Harry, he listens. He nods, but deep inside, he's burning. Not with anger exactly, but with something firmer. A kind of stubborn, settled knowing. They will keep going, no matter how many decrees are nailed to walls. Later, in the corridors near the Great Hall, Harry runs into Cho Chang. It's unexpected, just a quiet crossing of paths in the echoing stone. They talk gently, shyly. She tells him she thought the meeting went well, that she hopes they'll meet again soon. There's a sweetness in her voice, an earnestness that softens the moment. And when she smiles at him before walking away, it leaves a faint warmth behind, the way candlelight lingers after the flame is gone. It's small, but Harry tucks it away like a charm in his pocket. That night, as he lies in bed, the curtains drawn. Around his four-poster, he thinks of the hog's head, of the way everyone had looked at him, not with fear, but with hope. He thinks of Umbridge and her clipboard and her endless decrees, and then he thinks of spells, not as weapons, but as tools, as lanterns in the dark. Lumos. Even the softest light can push back shadows. The next morning, as the castle awakens again to bells and footsteps, the trio is already planning. They'll need a place. They'll need timing. They'll need to keep one step ahead of Umbridge. And somehow, in this tightening world of rules and fear, they will create a space where truth can be taught, where courage can quietly take root. No name yet, no official shape. But the heart of it has already begun to beat, and it cannot be stopped with parchment. Chapter 18, Dumbledore's Army. There is something sacred about beginnings, especially the quiet kind, those that slip softly into place while the world looks elsewhere. And so it is with this chapter. In the hush between decrees and detentions, a secret takes shape not through force but through faith. It begins fittingly with a room, not just any room, but one that appears when needed. Dobby the house elf is the unlikely herald of this secret space. His eyes, wide as moons and glowing with reverence, lead Harry to a place he's only heard of in whispers, the room of requirement, a room that does not exist until someone needs it. And so one evening, as torches flicker in the corridors and cold presses against the stone walls of the castle, the trio walks 3 times past a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, and the door appears, old, arched, and inviting. It creaks open, and the 3 friends step inside. What greets them is not grand, but perfect. A cozy, spacious room softly lit with glowing candles and quietly crackling torches. Cushions are piled against the walls, shelves hold worn but useful books, and a pile of spell-casting dummies waits silently at the edges. It feels alive, as though it's been expecting them. They return the next day, and this time, they are not alone. One by one, the students arrive, faces familiar, voices hushed with anticipation. Neville, Luna, Dean, Lavender, Parvati. Cho Chang, her eyes flickering toward Harry, and many more. They slip inside the room of requirement like moths to a safe lantern, and there, in the heart of this secret space, something begins. Harry doesn't want to give speeches. He never has. But they look to him, not for grandeur, but for guidance. So he starts with the basics. His voice is calm, even as his hands are slightly unsure. He speaks not as a teacher, but as someone who has learned by fire, and they listen. Hermione watches with quiet pride. She has enchanted the parchment again, binding their group together with magic older than suspicion. Each name is protected, each member guarded by ancient spells. Ron helps, laughing here and there, easing tension with a grin or a nudge. And then Harry teaches, Expelliarmus. The first spell, simple, disarming, but essential. They practice on the dummies, then on each other. Wands flash in arcs of light, spells fizzle, misfire, succeed. Laughter trickles into the air like bubbles rising from a still pool. Neville struggles at first. His wand slips. His aim falters. But he doesn't give. Up, Harry watches him, nods, and moves closer. Gently, calmly, he guides Neville's hand. Focus on the intent, Harry says. Mean it. And something shifts in Neville's eyes. The next time, the spell lands true. There's applause. Real, soft applause, like a ripple through the room. Across the floor, Cho stands with her wand drawn. Her face is serious, but when Harry meets her gaze, she smiles. He smiles back. No words. Just that look, and in the flicker of candlelight, it feels like a promise. The meeting lasts an hour, maybe more, but time is different in this room. It passes like a dream, without rush, without drag. When they finally stop, everyone lingers, a little reluctant to leave the warmth they've created together. As they prepare to go, Hermione speaks up. We should name ourselves, she says, her tone matter of fact. But her eyes twinkling with secret excitement. They consider a few ideas, some silly, some serious, and then Ginny speaks. Dumbledore's army. Silence follows, and then, slowly, heads begin to nod, because it is not just about learning spells. It is about standing for something, for someone, against the thing that Umbridge and the Ministry fear the most, the truth. The group disperses, slipping quietly back into the castle like shadows returning to their corners. The door disappears behind them without a trace, leaving only the memory of what took place inside. That night, Harry lies awake in bed. He thinks of the spells, of the laughter, of the fierce concentration in their eyes. He thinks of Cho, of her soft smile in the half-light. And he thinks of Dumbledore. Wherever the headmaster is, whatever he is doing, Harry hopes he would approve. Because something has changed now. Not just within the room of requirement, but within them all. They are learning. They are resisting. They are not alone. And even in the deepening dark of the times, a quiet army has risen, armed not with anger, but with courage. Not with power, but with purpose, and for the first time in weeks. Harry drifts into sleep with a peaceful heart. Chapter 19. The Lion and the Serpent. Winter presses its fingers more firmly into the stones of Hogwarts. The castle grows colder, darker, and more cloistered, as if the very walls are drawing closer around the students within. Outside, the wind howls against the high towers, and snow dusts the windows like powdered sugar on a worn old cake. Inside, warmth is more elusive, not just in the air, but in the mood. The students are no longer just learners, they are watchers, whisperers, quiet. Rebels navigating the chill of suspicion, and yet, in the midst of it all, Quidditch endures. It arrives like a spark in a long gray evening, a promise of rivalry, adrenaline, and brief, roaring freedom. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The classic match. A dance of lions and serpents beneath the cold, autumn sun. Ron Weasley, to his own disbelief, has earned a spot on the Gryffindor team. Keeper, a position of pressure requiring nerves of steel and hands as steady as stone. But Ron is young, and human, and deeply, visibly nervous. Harry tries to encourage him, and so does Hermione in her own way. Even Fred and George, usually merciless with teasing, offer something close to kindness, though it's still draped in sarcasm. The day of the match arrives, and the castle stirs early. Scarves are wrapped tightly, cheers bubble in hallways, and the walk to the pitch feels more like a march than a stroll. Above, the sky is a heavy slate, promising snow but giving none. The stadium roars as the teams take to the field, scarlet and gold facing green and silver, brooms slicing the wind, hearts beating like drums. Madam Hooch blows her whistle, and the game begins. Slytherin plays with their usual cruelty, shoulders barging, fouls just shy of being called. And Ron falters. His nerves get the better of him. Goals slip past him like ghosts through a curtain, his ears flush red, his eyes wide with panic. Harry, darting through the air, watches helplessly. He searches for the snitch, but part of him is always glancing back at Ron. Meanwhile, the Slytherins jeer. Draco Malfoy, in particular, is relentless. His voice cuts across the pitch like a cruel wind, taunting Ron, his family, even Hermione, sowing insults like weeds, hoping one will take. But Harry doesn't take the bait. Not yet. He focuses, breathes, watches the air shift, and then he sees it, a flicker of gold near the stands. The snitch. He dives. The world falls away, the jeers, the wind, the chill, the cries in the stands. All he hears now is his own heartbeat, and all he sees is that tiny glint of gold dancing just out of reach. Then, his fingers close around it. The whistle blows. Gryffindor has won. The crowd erupts, but the joy is short-lived, because Malfoy's voice rises again, louder now, sharper, gleeful in its cruelty. He turns his words on Molly Weasley, on the family's modest means, and that's when Fred, George, and Harry snap. It's not thought, it's instinct. They lunge. It is messy, fast, and very un-Gryffindor-like. A scuffle erupts. Fists, not spells. Red and green tangled in a blur of anger and snow-dusted robes, Professor McGonagall arrives like a storm in tartan. She is furious, not at the cause, but at the choice. There are rules, there are expectations, and above all, there are consequences. Bye. The next day, the punishment is delivered. Umbridge intervenes. It is not detention. It is a ban. Harry, Fred, George. Permanently. Banned from playing Quidditch under any Hogwarts team. The words strike harder than any blow on the pitch. For Harry, it's like losing part of himself. Quidditch isn't just a game. It's freedom, identity, escape. Fred and George mask it with jokes, but even they go quiet for a while. It's as if the color has dimmed in them, just slightly. Back in the common room, the mood is mixed. There is anger, outrage, and then support. Lee Jordan rants, Ginny looks murderous, and even Neville mutters curses under his breath. But amidst it all, Hermione speaks quietly. This is what she wants, she says. To provoke, to punish, to make examples. Harry knows she's right, and yet the injustice still stings. That night, as he lies awake beneath his curtains, Harry stares. At the velvet above him, he remembers the wind in his hair, the laughter of the crowd, the feeling of the snitch in his palm. Now, it's gone. But only for now. Because beneath that loss, a different fire is kindling, one that cannot be banned or silenced, a fire that began in the Room of Requirement, Dumbledore's army, where courage will not be played on fields, but practiced in secret. And even as he drifts into sleep, Harry knows this loss is not the end. It is the beginning of something far deeper. Chapter 20, Hagrid's Tale. It is late, and the castle sleeps beneath the hush of winter. The fires are low, the corridors quiet, and in the common room, the coals glow gently, like embers in a dragon's breath. Outside, snowflakes drift lazily, swirling down in slow, poetic spirals, softening the world. And then, at last, Hagrid comes home. The door to his hut creaks open one evening as Harry, Ron, and Hermione watch from a distance. The giant of a man is back, beaten, limping, bruised. But undeniably Hagrid. His beard is tangled, his face marked with scratches and tiredness, and yet in his eyes there is something deeper, a heaviness that even the wide brim of his coat cannot hide. They visit him that night, of course, because of course they do. Lanterns. In hand, mufflers wrapped tightly, they slip down to the edge of the forest, where Hagrid's hut waits like a faithful dog. The snow crunches beneath their boots. The air is sharp with cold, but the warmth inside the little house draws them in like a lullaby. Fang, the boarhound, howls and thumps his tail in joy. Hagrid's face lights up in a tired smile. There are bruises along his jaw, dried blood near one eye, but he waves it off. Always waving it off, that old stubborn kindness of his. They sit down near the fire. The warmth is deep and immediate, and the kettle sings a low tune. Tea is poured. Silence hums for a moment, and then the tale begins. A tale of giants. A tale of shadows and snow and distant mountains. Hagrid speaks slowly at first, the way someone does when a story is too tangled in memory. He and Madame Maxime had been sent by Dumbledore to the mountains where the giants still dwell, far from wizarding society, forgotten and feared. They journeyed under false names, disguised and careful, climbing up into a world where diplomacy was a blade as sharp as any spell. The giants. They were not monsters. They were broken, scattered, struggling, tribal, living among snow and ruin, led by Gurgs, chieftains who ruled by strength and intimidation. Hagrid and Madame Maxime offered friendship, a message from Dumbledore, a hand, extended in peace, and for a time they were heard. The first Gurg listened, not warmly, not openly, but he listened. But power in such places is a fragile throne. A rival came, a brutal, cruel giant who overthrew the first Gurg and took control. This new leader wanted nothing to do with peace. He welcomed Death Eaters instead. Yes, Death Eaters. They were there too. Lucius Malfoy and others cloaked in cold black, whispering promises of power and vengeance into ears desperate to matter. Again. There was violence. There were nights when Hagrid and Madame Maxime had to flee, slipping down icy ridges, hiding beneath enchanted boulders, barely escaping with their lives. Hagrid's wounds are not only physical, they are the wounds of failure, of watching hope slip through frostbitten fingers. Still, they did not return empty-handed, for in those last moments when all seemed lost, Hagrid did something bold, or foolish, or maybe both. He found someone who could never live in the castle, never blend in. Someone enormous and wild, hidden now in the Forbidden Forest, his half-brother, a giant named Grop. Hermione's eyes widen. Ron nearly drops his mug. Harry leans forward. A giant. In the forest? Hagrid nods. Quietly, solemnly. Grop is not gentle. He does not understand the world Hagrid has brought him into. He is restless, confused, often angry. But he is Hagrid's family, his kin. And Hagrid believes with that unshakable tenderness of his that Grop can be taught, can be protected, can belong. Hermione, ever the cautious one, worries. Ron is less subtle. He thinks Hagrid's mad. But Harry understands something deeper in this. Hagrid has always taken in the unwanted, the misunderstood. He loves creatures others fear. He sees hearts where others see monsters. And so, while the risks are great, while the forest may never quite sleep again, they say nothing more. They sip their tea. They listen. And in the flickering firelight, the shadows of giants dance quietly against the wooden walls. Outside, the wind whistles through the trees. But inside, the warmth of Hagrid's return, wounds and all, is a comfort the trio hadn't realized they missed so deeply. Familiar anchor, a friend restored, a tale, not finished, but shared. As they leave his hut and walk back up toward the castle, snow crunching beneath their feet, the night feels just a little less cold. They walk in silence, the kind of silence that holds stories and secrets and unspoken, loyalty. Behind them, the fire in Hagrid's hut still glows, a beacon in the dark. Chapter 21, The Eye of the Snake. The castle is hushed once again, but the quiet is no longer comforting. It is the quiet before something trembles, before a ripple on water becomes a wave. The days pass slowly after Hagrid's return, folding into winter's rhythm. Snow clings to the towers like soft moss, and the sky seems permanently gray, a heavy blanket stretching across the horizon. In this deep midwinter, Dumbledore's army continues to meet. The room of requirement becomes a sacred space, one where light and hope flicker like candle flames in a storm. Here, Harry teaches with purpose. Confidence begins to bloom around him like frost-dusted blossoms. Neville improves. So does Ginny. Even the shyest among them find strength in their wands. It is quiet resistance, and in that quiet, courage grows. But there are other currents running beneath the surface. Darker ones. Snape begins to appear more often in Harry's life, glimpsed in hallways, his dark robes billowing like smoke, his face inscrutable. Then, one night, Dumbledore calls Harry to his office. It's not for punishment, not for comfort either. It is instruction. There is something Harry must learn. Occlumency, the art of closing the mind. Dumbledore, distant and unreadable these days, does not explain much. Instead, he entrusts Snape with the task. Snape, with all his sharpness and buried grudges, is to teach Harry how to defend his thoughts from intrusion, because Voldemort, it seems, is pressing inward, and Harry's mind may not be his own for much longer. The lessons are to begin soon. But not yet. That night, after a long day and a quiet dinner, Harry returns to the common room. It is warm, firelit, calm. Ron is playing wizard chess with Seamus. Hermione is scribbling on a long scroll of parchment. Everything is ordinary. Everything is safe. And then, the world changes. It begins with pain. White-hot, searing, behind his eyes, like a jagged thread being pulled taut. Harry collapses. Time seems to stop, and he is no longer in Gryffindor Tower. He is somewhere else entirely. A long, dim corridor stretches before him, tiled in cold stone lit by torches. The air smells of metal and rot. He can hear the faint hiss of breath. He is not himself. He is something lower, slithering, hungry. He moves forward, swift and silent, without feet. Ahead, a door, a man, Mr. Weasley. In that corridor, in that place beyond the waking world, Harry sees Arthur Weasley attacked. Fangs flash, blood spills, pain radiates through the dream like fire through parchment. Then, screaming. Real, living, human screaming, voices. Around him, hands shaking him awake. It is Ron. It is Hermione. It is the common room, suddenly in chaos. Harry gasps, his face slick with sweat, his scar burning as though it has been split open. The others look at him frightened, not just for him, but of him, because Harry didn't just see the attack. He felt it, as though he had been the one to do it, and he is shaking, horrified, still caught between dream and waking, still feeling the blood, still feeling hunger. McGonagall is summoned. In minutes, she whisks Harry away, her face set in a rare expression of fear. They move quickly, down corridors, through moving staircases, until they reach Dumbledore. It is the middle of the night, but the headmaster is awake. Fawkes the Phoenix rests quietly nearby, golden feathers glowing like a candle's last flicker. Harry blurts the truth. What he saw, what he felt, how it wasn't like a dream, how he was the snake. Dumbledore listens with grave calm, orders. Our sent, Fawkes vanishes in a flash of fire, bringing word, help, urgency, and then to Harry's dismay, he is sent away, sent to a room alone. He wants answers. He wants Dumbledore to speak to him, to look him in the eyes. But Dumbledore avoids his gaze, and that avoidance is worse than any words. McGonagall takes Harry to a cold, quiet room with a bed and a blanket. She tells him to rest. But how can he? The memory clings like wet cloth. He cannot sleep, and worse, he cannot shake the feeling that something inside him is changing, that the line between himself and Voldemort is not as strong as it once was. The next day brings news. Arthur Weasley is alive, barely. He is at St. Mungo's hospital, healing, recovering. The Weasleys rush to his side, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione are soon taken to Grimmauld Place for the holiday break. But the memory follows Harry there like a shadow. He begins to fear what he is becoming. And somewhere, in the deep folds of his heart, a question begins to echo. Is he connected to Voldemort? Or worse, is he becoming him? The answer, for now, remains hidden. But one thing is certain, the time for innocence has passed, and Harry, even in sleep, is no longer safe in his own mind. Chapter 22. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The snow lies deep on the cobbled streets of wizarding London. It clings to rooftops like icing on an old, forgotten cake, and softens even the crooked shadows of Grimmauld Place. Inside number 12, tension hangs like mist in the halls. Christmas approaches, but the house feels far from festive. The drawing room, once echoing with the sharp hiss of house elf protest or the mutter of the Black family's long-faded portraits, now holds quieter things. Whispering worry, the scrape of teacups, the rustle of cloaks as people move between rooms like ghosts. Mr. Weasley is alive. That should be joy enough, but he is still in St. Mungo's, still pale and recovering from wounds that run deeper than skin. The children are told they will visit soon, and so, when the time comes, they gather quietly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny, along with Mrs. Weasley. They pull on their cloaks and step into the hearth one by one, vanishing in green flames. St. Mungo's appears before them not with grandeur, but in the quiet bustle of care. Hidden behind a London storefront, an old, dusty mannequin in a display window, it is not a place meant to impress. It is a place for healing. And perhaps, in its oddity, in its quiet magic, that is enough. They pass through the hospital's strange, softly humming halls. The welcome witch smiles faintly and points the way. Along the walls, paintings of injured witches and wizards murmur sleepily. Posters promise healing potions, spell damage recovery, and magical limb regrowth. It feels like another world, but it's real. And when they reach the ward, they find Arthur Weasley propped in bed, a touch paler than usual but cheerful in his way, talking with his ever-patient Medowitch and grinning at the sight of his children. The reunion is tender. Mrs. Weasley flutters like a tired bird, scolding Arthur gently for downplaying his pain. The twins make lighthearted jokes. Ginny throws her arms around her father. Ron grins from ear to ear. Harry watches quietly, unsure of his place, because in the quiet of his heart, he knows what the others do not. He knows he was the snake that night, or something close to it. And even now, though Mr. Weasley smiles at him, Harry cannot quite return the gaze fully. Still, the visit carries on. Warmth returns a little. They sit beside the bed, talk, share stories, and for a while, the heaviness lifts until a sound, a familiar voice, one that is cracked like old stone, but full of feeling. Neville. Harry turns and sees him entering the ward, not alone, but accompanied by his formidable, proper grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. Neville seems surprised, even panicked to see them. He tries to retreat, but it is too late, because now they know. Neville is here, to visit his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom. The names are said gently, in hushes and glances. They are here, in this hospital, in this ward. Victims of Bellatrix Lestrange, tortured until their minds fractured like glass. They do not speak clearly. They do not recognize Neville, but they smile vaguely, and Alice offers him a bubblegum wrapper, a simple gesture, as fragile and lovely as a snowflake. Neville takes it, carefully, lovingly. And in that moment, Harry sees something beautiful and sorrowful in him. A strength that does not shout. A loyalty that doesn't need to be seen to exist. No one says much after that. The group drifts back toward the fireplace, subdued. Harry walks slowly. There are so many kinds of pain, he realizes. Some scar the skin, some leave wounds in the mind, and some, like Neville's, are carried quietly, unseen but unshakable. As they prepare to return to Grimmauld Place, the visit lingers with them. Not just the image of Mr. Weasley in bed, smiling through the ache, but also the hushed rooms, the gentle Medowitches, the sense that even in a world of magic, healing is never simple, and some losses cannot be reversed. But still, there is kindness, there is love, there is a place for the broken. As the green flames rise around them once again, and the group returns through the flue, Harry holds on to the last thing he saw. Neville, sitting by his mother's bedside, folding, the bubblegum wrapper with quiet reverence, a boy with no great fanfare, but more courage than most would ever understand. Chapter 23, Christmas on the Closed Ward. The chill of December deepens. At number 12 Grimmauld Place, the walls seem to breathe with history. Portraits mutter in their sleep, and the house, though warm, feels cloaked in a hush that no firelight can quite chase away. Christmas has arrived, but it is not the jubilant celebration of earlier years. not bright with carols or stuffed stockings or enchanted snowflakes falling from bewitched ceilings. No, this Christmas arrives wrapped in worry and soft grief. Still, the Weasleys decorate the drawing room as best they can. Fred and George charm fairy lights into blinking patterns along the mantel. Ginny hangs tinsel over the troll's leg umbrella stand. Even Creature, the reluctant house elf, lurks in doorways, muttering darkly as if offended by the festivity, but unable to stop it. Harry watches them all from the shadows. The events of the hospital visit linger in his heart, like fog over a moor. The image of Mr. Weasley, wounded but kind, of Neville, so quiet and brave beside his parents, of his own dreams, the snake, the corridor, the sensation of becoming something he fears. And worst of all, Dumbledore still will not speak to him. Harry feels the distance like a wall he cannot climb. Dumbledore avoids his eyes in the hallway, speaks through others, and offers no comfort. That silence weighs heavier than any spell. Still, the holiday carries on, and gifts arrive. From Hagrid, a monstrous baked creation that defies identification. From Ron, a new pair of Chudley Cannon socks. From Hermione, a box of enchanted ink that glows faintly in candlelight. Sirius gives Harry something more than a wrapped gift. He gives time. The godfather and godson sit together by the fire often now, talking in low tones. Sirius seems livelier these days, invigorated by the bustle of a full house, though his eyes still hold that faraway ache. He misses the world, misses being part of it. And in Harry, he sees a reflection of himself, brave, caged by duty, aching. For something just out of reach, their bond deepens. One night, just before dinner, the Weasleys receive word from St. Mungo's that Arthur is well enough to go home for Christmas Day. Joy bursts through the house like sunlight through a shutter. Mrs. Weasley fusses with tablecloths and menus, and the others brighten with the news. But something else darkens the day. A new name has surfaced in the Daily Prophet, Bellatrix Lestrange. The article lists her among a group of Death Eaters who have escaped Azkaban. Breached. Fear grips the wizarding world, and in the kitchen, the Order of the Phoenix meets in grim whispers. Harry hears the name and remembers the courtroom at the Ministry, Sirius's bitter stories, Neville's quiet pain. Bellatrix Lestrange. The woman who destroyed the Longbottoms. She is free now, and with her return, the shadows lengthen. Despite the worry, Christmas morning dawns. Arthur Weasley returns home wrapped in scarves and a kind smile. He looks thinner, his face etched with fatigue, but he laughs and kisses his wife and hugs his children. The house erupts with gentle cheer, the kind that comes not from perfection, but from survival. They sit down together for a modest feast. Fred and George provide enchanted crackers that explode in puffs of colored smoke. Ron eats 5 helpings of turkey. Ginny charms a snowflake to rest on each person's nose, and for a few hours they are simply a family. No war, no prophecies, no looming darkness, just warmth, just togetherness. Later, Harry climbs the staircase alone. He enters Buckbeak's room, where Sirius often sleeps to be near the hippogriff, and finds it empty. The room is cold, the curtains drawn. A gentle wind whispers through the cracks in the window. It is there that he finds Sirius, sitting on a threadbare sofa, lost in memory. Harry joins him. They speak of Christmases past, of parents long gone, of things lost and found again. Sirius tells Harry about a time when Grimmauld Place felt like a prison, and how, with Harry there, it feels a little less so. Harry, in turn, confides his fears, the dreams, the snake, the strange sensation of sharing Voldemort's mind. Sirius listens, and unlike Dumbledore, Sirius does not turn away. He places a hand on Harry's shoulder and says something soft. "You're not him, Harry. You never were, and you never will be." Outside, snow begins to fall again, silent as feathers. Inside, the candles flicker, and the house, for once, feels like a home. And though the darkness is gathering, and though much remains unknown, for this night in This place, the magic of love and resilience holds them all, even if just for a moment. Chapter 24. Occlumency. The holiday haze begins to lift. The warmth of Christmas, with its soft lights and short-lived peace, fades into the gray dawn of return. Hogwarts waits on the horizon, cold, majestic, and unknowable once again. The students so prepare to return. Harry, though, carries more than just his school bag. He bears the weight of recent dreams and of secrets whispered in sleep. He cannot forget the corridor, the locked door, the snake, nor can he ignore the growing fear inside him, fear of what it means to see through Voldemort's eyes, and worse, what it might mean to feel as he does. Dumbledore still keeps his distance. But something has shifted. One morning, shortly after returning to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall approaches Harry in her usual brisk, tart manner, though this time her tone is lined with something softer. Concern, perhaps. She informs him that he will begin private lessons, on Dumbledore's orders, occlumency, a word Harry has never heard before. She tells him to report to Professor Snape's office. Harry blinks. Snape? It feels like punishment, not instruction. But the time comes, and he climbs the familiar staircases, the castle still chilly from winter. Shadows stretch long through torchlit corridors, and when he reaches Snape's office, he hesitates, just a heartbeat, before knocking. Thought-three. Ducker opens with a sigh. Snape greets him with his usual sneer, though this time there is a distinct undercurrent of irritation, as if he too is displeased with the arrangement. Snape explains in his slow, silken drawl what occlumency is, the magical art of protecting the mind against external penetration, against intrusion from dark forces. Like Voldemort, he tells Harry that the Dark Lord can force his way into the minds of those connected to him, that emotions, especially strong ones, can weaken one's mental defenses. Anger, fear, grief, all of these open doors. Occlumency, then, is a closing of doors, a reinforcement of the mind, a training of will. Harry listens. The lesson begins. Snape lifts his wand, and with an incantation, Legilimens, he attacks not Harry's body, but his mind. A rush, a blur of images. Harry sees moments fly past, his cupboard under the stairs, Dudley's jeers, the letter from Hogwarts, the sorting hat, his mother's scream. He gasps, staggers. Snape stops, and Harry is breathless, humiliated, and furious. The professor scolds him, calls him weak, emotional, unfocused. They try again and again. Each time, Snape's spell breaks into Harry's thoughts like a battering ram, and each time Harry struggles, fails, and feels the heat of old memories rise unbidden. It's exhausting, frustrating, but underneath it all is fear. A fear Harry cannot name, but feels deep in his bones. Because Snape is right about one thing. His emotions are unruly. They surge like tides and drag him under. And worse, Voldemort feels them too. Later, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the lessons. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, insists occlumency is vital, dangerous but necessary. Ron grimaces at the idea of Harry alone with Snape, but even he knows this isn't optional. Something else happens that week, another dream. This time, it isn't a corridor or a snake, it's something stranger. He dreams of a conversation, of Voldemort. Speaking, plotting, searching for something. Something hidden, something he wants desperately. Harry wakes in a sweat, heart racing. What does it mean? Why him? And how close is that mental connection truly? The next occlumency lesson is no easier. Snape grows sharper, his barbs crueler. He sneers at Harry's weaknesses, picks at his failures. Harry responds with anger, a powerful, reckless anger that both fuels and betrays him. When Snape reads his thoughts, Harry retaliates. He shouts the spell back, Protego! And to his surprise, it works. Snape stumbles, and for the briefest moment, Harry sees into his mind, A flicker, a memory, a dark-haired boy being bullied, taunted, humiliated, a teenage James Potter laughing. Harry recoils. Snape's fury is volcanic. Lashes out and ends the lesson abruptly, face pale with rage. Harry flees the office, heart thundering with confusion. What had he seen? What had he done? Back in the common room, he tries to make sense of it. The lessons are meant to protect him. Yes, but they are also unraveling something, opening wounds in others, and within himself. And somewhere deep in his core, he senses it again. That presence, that shadow pressing against his thoughts, watching, waiting. He resolves to do better, to focus, to master occlumency, not for Snape, not even for Dumbledore, but for himself, to protect those he loves, to shield his mind from the darkness that grows stronger with each passing day. Outside, snow melts from the window panes. Inside, Harry begins to understand. The mind is a battlefield, and Voldemort is knocking at the gate. Chapter 25, The Beetle at Bay. The days grow longer, and yet somehow the shadows deepen. It is a strange season at Hogwarts, one where the usual rhythms of school life march onward, but underneath, everything feels altered, unsteady. Lessons. Continue, yes. Quills scratch over parchment. Snow drifts gently against high windows. But something stirs in the castle. Restlessness, disquiet. A quiet resistance, whispered between classes and passed behind cupped hands. The Daily Prophet tells its own tale, and it is not one of truth. Each morning, the pages arrive folded and crisp, bearing headlines twisted to suit the Ministry's message. There is still no acknowledgement of Voldemort's return. Instead, there are denials, distractions, smear campaigns, but cracks are beginning to show. One day, the common room buzzes with the news. 10 Death Eaters have escaped Azkaban. The fear is unmistakable now. Even the Ministry cannot fully contain the story. They try to cast blame on Sirius Black, painting him as a ringleader once more, desperate to control the narrative. But people are beginning to doubt, because the truth has a way of seeping through even the thickest layers of ink and denial. Harry watches it unfold with a quiet ache. The world outside Hogwarts is starting to change, slowly, uneasily, and he, too, feels that change blooming in his chest, cold and resolute. Within the walls of Hogwarts, Umbridge grows more venomous by the day. Her rules now fill entire notice boards. Her presence in the corridors is like a sour perfume that clings to the tapestries. Even her smile is a weapon, tight-lipped and sugar-drenched, but behind her back, something beautiful is taking shape. Dumbledore's army thrives. They meet now in earnest, in the Room of Requirement, that magical chamber that molds itself to their needs. It becomes a sanctuary, a place of warmth and courage. Within those walls, Harry becomes something more than a student. He becomes a guide, a quiet leader. And the others? They bloom like spring flowers, learning spells they once only read about, discovering strength they never knew they had. Even Neville, especially Neville. He throws himself into practice with a kind of quiet ferocity. His wand no longer trembles, his spells are stronger, his voice steadier, and when he stumbles, he rises again. Harry watches him with quiet pride. Their bond is unspoken, but it deepens with each lesson. They are more than classmates now. They are a fellowship of sorts, bound not by grades or house, points, but by purpose, by truth, by the silent promise that they will be ready when the time comes. One afternoon, Harry visits the owlery. A letter from Sirius has arrived. Its words are careful. He cannot say much, but the tone carries comfort, encouragement, and just beneath the surface, a shared longing for freedom, for connection. Harry clutches the parchment tightly, savoring it like a warm cup of tea on a cold morning. But the calm cannot last, because something is happening at the Ministry, and it arrives like thunder, St. Mungo's Hospital, has suffered a break-in. Broderick Bode, a quiet, enchanted patient known to few, has been murdered. The news sends a ripple through the order, through the school, and deep into the bones of those who understand its meaning. He was being protected, and now he is gone. Killed by a cursed plant, a gift seemingly harmless. A devil's snare in disguise. The message is clear. The war is no longer a distant rumble. It is here, quiet, strategic, lethal. The adults try to shield the students, but Harry knows better now. He's seen too much. And even as he tries to focus on Occlumency lessons, straining to protect his thoughts from Voldemort's creeping presence, he finds his mind drawn to that locked door in the dream corridor. It calls to him, a whisper, a pull. He does not yet know why, but he knows that whatever lies behind it is important, dangerous. One evening, in the room of requirement, the DA members gather around a copy of The Quibbler, the strange offbeat magazine edited by Luna Lovegood's father, and there, on the front page, is something astounding. Harry's face. And beside it, Harry Potter speaks out at last, the truth about he who must not be named. A quiet triumph, because for the first time, someone has given Harry a voice. He told his story, everything, from the graveyard to Cedric's murder to the Dark Lord's return. And now, Luna's father has published it, unaltered. Students whisper behind hands, some nod in quiet belief, others stare wide-eyed. The ministry tries to ban it. Umbridge rages, but it spreads anyway, hidden beneath robes, passed behind textbooks, devoured under bedsheets by wandlight. Harry has done what he came to do. He has told the truth, and that truth is out now, like smoke in the wind. It cannot be contained. The tides are turning. The storm draws closer. But for the first time in many weeks, Harry feels something warm stirring. In his chest, not fear, hope. Chapter 26, Seen and Unforeseen. Winter still clings to the stone walls of Hogwarts, but beneath the frost, the air hums with quiet rebellion. The Quibbler interview has made its rounds. Harry's story, spoken in his own voice, untouched by ministry. Hands, spreads like wildfire cloaked in whispers. Some students treat him with a new kind of reverence. Others, emboldened by the truth, walk a little taller. But for Harry, there is no time to bask in fleeting validation. The dream is back. Sharper this time. In it, he is the snake again. He glides across cold stone, down endless corridors, toward that door. Always that door. But now the dream shifts. He sees more than he did before. A room beyond, filled with curious glass orbs and shelves that stretch high into darkness. Rows and rows of secrets. Unfathomable magic, humming quietly in the hush. He wakes with his scar burning and an ache behind his eyes. The door is no longer just a dream, it's a destination. In the days that follow, Harry struggles through Occlumency lessons with Snape. Each session is like swimming against a current of thorns. Snape's voice is curt, his wand always raised, and Harry's mind feels laid bare. He is not making progress, and the pain of Voldemort's presence seems to be deepening. Even so, life at Hogwarts continues in its peculiar, pressurized way. Homework piles up. The Inquisitorial Squad, Umbridge's chosen enforcers, becomes more aggressive, patrolling halls and reporting infractions with cold satisfaction. Draco Malfoy wears his badge like a crown, smirking from the shadows. But the DA still meets, they still learn, and they still believe. One day, after a particularly exhausting lesson, Harry is approached by Cho. There is a softness to her words, a nervous flutter in her eyes. She thanks him for the interview, for his courage. Her voice trembles like a candle flame, and then, in the hush of the room of requirement, their lips meet. It is sweet, and strange, and fleeting. A stolen moment in a world growing darker by the hour, but it is not without complication. Later, when, He shares the moment with Hermione and Ron. He's met with confusion and quiet laughter. Hermione, ever wise, explains that Cho is grieving, conflicted, caught between memory and emotion. Harry is left to reflect. Kisses, he realizes, do not heal wounds. They do not erase grief. They are just moments, tender, fleeting, like feathers, drifting through war. A few days pass, and the storm truly breaks. Umbridge discovers the DA. It happens with frightening speed. Marietta Edgecombe, a reluctant member, confesses, pressured by her mother who works at the ministry. But the magic Hermione placed on the sign-up sheet leaves its mark. Marietta's face blooms with pustules that spell the word sneak. Still, the damage is done. Umbridge storms into the room of requirement with a squad of teachers and enforcers. Dumbledore is summoned. And then, in a moment that will echo through the halls for years to come, Dumbledore takes responsibility, calmly, deliberately. He declares that the student group was formed on his orders, and before they can arrest Harry, or any other member, he vanishes in a swirl of phoenix fire. Gone, just like that. The headmaster of Hogwarts disappeared into the air, leaving silence behind. Umbridge is now headmistress. The atmosphere at Hogwarts turns leaden. Portraits refuse to speak to her. Taki. Students rebel in subtle, clever ways. Charmed dung bombs, vanishing staircases, enchanted fireworks. Fred and George Weasley, in particular, lead the charge with gleeful mischief. But the joy is edged with fear, because Dumbledore is gone, and they are now alone. Harry feels it keenly. Even his dreams seem more dangerous now, tendrils of shadow curling through his thoughts when he sleeps. And the corridor behind the mysterious door is no longer just imagination. It's becoming real. He begins to wonder if Voldemort is using the dreams to show him something, or to lure him somewhere. Snape continues to push him in Occlumency, but it's not enough. The connection is still open, and with each night that passes, Harry feels himself drawn closer to whatever lies behind that door. Meanwhile, whispers reach them of political unrest. Rita Skeeter, drawn out of obscurity by Hermione's clever manipulation, begins to write truth again, small pieces, subtle insights. The Quibbler article has already done its damage, and now, little by little, the Ministry's armor is cracking. There are signs of resistance, subtle, scattered, but real, and through it all, Harry walks the halls with a quiet strength he never asked for, carrying the weight of prophecy and pain, of rebellion and secrecy. He's no longer just a student. He is a symbol, a beacon. And even though he often feels alone, the truth is this: the DA still exists in the hearts of those who believe. Dumbledore may be gone, but the fight, gentle, defiant, enduring, has only just begun. Chapter 27, The Centaur and the Sneak. It begins quietly, as so many changes at Hogwarts do, like a whisper beneath the clamor of routine. Dolores Umbridge, now crowned headmistress, takes her new title with stiff shoulders and a tight smile. Yet the castle itself does not seem eager to welcome her. The enchanted quills in her office twitch with resistance. The portraits grumble under their breath. Even the very walls, steeped in centuries of magic, appear to lean away from her presence, as though Hogwarts itself is rejecting her rule. Still, she tightens her grip. She enforces curfews with more cruelty than caution. And with Dumbledore gone, her power grows unchecked, but not unchallenged. Fred and George Weasley, grinning like twin, comets of rebellion, become even more daring in their defiance. They create chaos not from spite, but from spirit, sowing mischief like wildflowers in spring. One morning, enchanted fireworks burst through the halls, screaming Catherine wheels, sparking dragons, and glittering stars that laugh as they ricochet. Across the stone, the students cheer. The staff, most of them, look away, and Umbridge seethes behind her pale pink walls. Harry, meanwhile, has other things on his mind. In his dreams, the door remains. Always the door. The gleaming handle, just out of reach. The corridor bathed in silence. It feels closer than ever before, as though Voldemort is calling him there with greater urgency. But that is not the only place magic stirs. In the forest that borders the school, a quieter kind of power waits. One afternoon, Harry is caught whispering to Lee Jordan in the corridor and is given detention. But rather than her usual punishments, Umbridge has something different in mind. She tells Harry she needs assistance with a matter in the Forbidden Forest. He is not to ask questions, he is simply to follow. With her is a second figure, Marietta. Edgecombe, the sneak. Her face still bears the blooming letters, a mark of betrayal that has not faded. They walk into the trees together, and Harry's heart thuds with caution. The Forbidden Forest is old, older than the school itself. Its canopy swallows sound, and its paths shift like thoughts. Beneath the trees, time seems slower, more ancient. And soon, they are joined by another, Hermione. She's come too, though not by choice. She murmurs to Harry along the path, revealing her quiet plan. She's led Umbridge into the forest intentionally, baiting her with hints of Dumbledore's secret weapon. It's not a lie exactly, only a redirection. What Umbridge finds, however, is far beyond her control. They enter a clearing, and from the shadows emerge the centaurs, tall and silent, proud and grave. Their bodies half human, half horse, their faces ageless, their eyes deep with starlight. They regard Umbridge with cold, unreadable gazes, and she, brimming with confidence and prejudice, makes a critical mistake. She speaks to them as if they are beasts, commands them, threatens them, and the forest does not take kindly to arrogance. The centaurs do not raise their voices. They simply surround her, still as stones, and then, without a sound, they carry her away, vanishing into the dark. It is not cruel, it is ancient. It is justice spoken in the language of trees and moonlight. Harry and Hermione are left behind, breathless, unsure what to do next. But the forest is not quite finished with them. Another creature appears, smaller, but just as important. Hagrid's half-brother. A giant in truth and temperament, his great form lumbers into the clearing, confused and eager to see. His Hermie. He calls for her in a booming voice, but she steps back, cautious and wide-eyed. Still, she speaks to him gently, and for a moment the forest holds its breath. Between them, something passes, a glimmer of understanding, delicate as dew. Harry and Saul. Hermione slip away while Grop is distracted, the trees bending around them like old friends. By the time they reach the edge of the forest again, the sun is lower in the sky, casting golden shadows on the grass. They are safe, for now. Later, rumors fly like sparrows across the school. Umbridge is missing. The Inquisitorial squad is leaderless. And the students? They begin to smile again, because while the walls of Hogwarts may be under siege, and fear may slither through the corridors, the forest remembers its own kind of truth, and it does not forget those who forget their place. Chapter 28, Snape's Worst Memory. The castle feels different now. There's a stillness in the air, the kind that comes after a storm, or just before one. Dolores Umbridge, dragged off into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, has not returned. Her flowery tyranny has vanished from the corridors for the time being, leaving behind a strange calm, a pause in the heartbeat of Hogwarts. But peace, as Harry is learning, never lingers for long. He continues his occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. Each session leaves him drained, as though part of his spirit is being scooped out and discarded. The sharp flick of Snape's wand, the piercing command, Legilimens, and then the rush of memories flooding forth, uninvited and unstoppable. Harry tries to block them. He tries to build walls in his mind, but Snape is relentless, and Harry is tired. On this particular day, the lesson takes place as the sky outside. The dungeon windows turns a pale shade of gold. It's early evening, and the air holds the first breath of spring. But inside the room, it is always cold. Snape demands more focus, more resistance. Harry, angry, exhausted, pushes back with sudden force. For once, he gains control. Snape reels back just a little, and in that brief, unguarded moment, Harry's eyes catch something they shouldn't. A swirl of thought, a slip of memory from Snape's mind. It's not a vision Harry wants, but it comes anyway. And suddenly, he is somewhere else. The world shifts, and Harry stands, unseen, in a memory not his own. It is summer. The grass is long and golden, waving in the warm breeze. Students are lounging by the lake. The sky is soft and blue, and there, beneath a tree, is a younger Snape. His hair is long and untidy. He is pale, thin, and hunched slightly as he sits alone, scribbling something in his lap. He looks up, and across the field Harry sees them. His father, James Potter and Sirius Black. They are laughing, confident, reckless, teenagers full of charm and arrogance. They call to Snape, sneering. Sirius, all easy mischief, and James with his Quidditch robes and windswept hair, strutting like a boy who owns the sun, and then they hex him. Right there in front of everyone, Snape's body contorts. He's hoisted upside down, robes falling, humiliated before the crowd. Some laugh, others look away, and Harry watches, frozen, as his father, his hero, torments the boy beneath the tree. The memory shifts again. Snape's voice spits a curse. Mudblood! The word lands like a stone in still water. Lily Evans, Harry's mother, appears, furious. She comes to Snape's defense, but he lashes out at her too, pride wounded beyond repair. Harry sees her turn away from Snape, hurt and shaking her head. It is a memory soaked in shame, a moment neither boy will ever forget. And then, the spell breaks. Snape shouts, furious, and tears Harry away from the pensive. The dungeon sways back into focus. Snape's face is pale with rage. His voice, cold as winter stone, tells Harry to leave. The lessons are over, for good. Harry stumbles from the room, shaken. The memory lingers in his mind like smoke. His father, the brave, kind man he imagined, was not always gentle, not always good. He sees now the crooked edges of heroism, that the world is more complicated than the stories we tell ourselves, that pain has roots, that bullies can wear familiar faces, that even kindness, like Lily's, can be cast aside in the heat of shame and pride. The experience does not harden Harry, though. It deepens him. He walks the corridors that night in silence, letting the truth settle in like dust. He is not his father, nor is he Snape. He is himself, shaped by both, perhaps, but on his own path now. And though the night is dark, and the weight of prophecy lies ahead, Harry's heart holds something. Steady, the strength to see people clearly, and the grace to change the story. Chapter 29, Career Advice. The castle has begun to warm with spring's approach. The great windows glow longer into the evening, and birdsong echoes faintly through the rafters. The air carries the soft scent of damp earth and young grass, as if Hogwarts itself is waking gently from a long winter's sleep, and with spring comes another sort of tradition. Career advice. For 5th years, the world beyond Hogwarts hovers suddenly on the horizon. Professors summon students one by one to speak of dreams and professions, of NEWTs and ministry qualifications. It is a strange, humbling thing to be asked who you wish to become while still growing into who you are. Harry has never thought much about his future. His years at Hogwarts have been more about survival than ambition. Trolls, chambers, dementors, and now, prophecies and shadows and dreams he cannot explain. But even he feels a small flicker of curiosity when Professor McGonagall invites him into her office for a quiet talk. The room is just as you might expect it, orderly, firm, and respectful. McGonagall sits with her square spectacles perched low, on her nose a quill poised above parchment. Harry takes the chair across from her and folds his hands in his lap. She begins with the basics, his interests, his strengths. Does he have a profession in mind? And Harry quietly admits that he's thought, perhaps, of becoming an Auror. A dark wizard catcher, a protector. McGonagall's expression doesn't change, but a flicker of something proud flashes behind her eyes. It is a noble path, she says. Challenging. Demanding, but not impossible. She tells him what it would take. Excellent NEWTs, clean conduct, determination. Harry listens carefully, as though hearing his own future whispered like a breeze through the stone, but their calm conversation is interrupted by a soft pink knock. Umbridge enters, deliberately, smiling. And suddenly the room feels smaller, colder. She seats herself without invitation and proceeds to undermine Harry's ambitions. She questions his academic record, mentions his detentions, implies that his dangerous fantasies about Voldemort might disqualify him. Her voice is sugary, but each word stings like thorns beneath silk. McGonagall, however, does not bend. She straightens her back, sharpens her tone, and calmly informs Umbridge that she will do everything in her power to help Mr. Potter become an Auror, no matter how many obstacles the Ministry wishes to place in his way. The two women stare at one another, the air thick, with quiet resistance, and Harry, caught between them, realizes that some battles are fought not with wands, but with will. The meeting ends. Umbridge withdraws, her smile tight and hollow, and Harry steps back into the corridor, heart slightly lifted, not by the prospect of becoming an Auror, not yet, but by the fierce loyalty of Professor McGonagall. It is a small moment, but it shines. Elsewhere in the Yao school, others are preparing too. Fifth years whisper about their choices. Healer, Cursebreaker, Dragonologist. Some dream in color. Others worry in silence. But the act of dreaming matters. To imagine a life beyond war and fear is, in itself, a kind of resistance. It is hope. And that night, Harry lies awake in his dormitory, tracing the edges of that thought. Perhaps he can fight, not just to end the darkness, but to build something afterward. A future, a path of his own choosing. The castle is quiet. The stars glimmer gently above the towers, and the dreams of many young witches and wizards swirl softly beneath the covers, untamed, uncertain, and waiting. Chapter 30. Grop. The days drift on, warm and trembling with the anticipation of exams. Fifth years move like sleepwalkers through corridors, heavy with books, eyes ringed with study, minds weighed down by the promise of O.W.L.s, and in the midst of this nervous season, Harry finds himself once again drawn toward the edge of the known world, the forbidden forest. It is Hagrid who beckons him this time. Hagrid, whose absences and bruises have been wrapped in mystery all year. Now, at last, he calls Harry and Hermione to follow him through the undergrowth, away from lessons and ministry eyes, into the damp breath of the woods. Hagrid walks ahead, broad, shoulders hunched, voice low and secretive. The forest is alive around them, full of sighs and rustling branches, bird calls and sudden snaps. It is a world that moves to its own rhythm, untamed and deeply old, and as they go deeper, the air changes. It grows thicker, wilder. Even Hermione, so brave, so composed, begins to look nervous. But Hagrid keeps walking, leading them to a clearing. He has carefully kept hidden, and there, standing among trees bent like courtiers, is the reason for Hagrid's silence. A giant. Grop. He is enormous, more than 16 feet tall, with tangled hair, thick fingers, and a brow that casts long shadows over his eyes. But there is something childlike in him too, something bewildered and soft beneath all that strength. Hagrid explains gently that Grop is his half-brother. When he had gone north with Madame Maxime to parley with the giants, he had found Grop among them, bullied, isolated, smaller than the others. So Hagrid had brought him home. Secretly. He'd hidden him here, in the forest, and had been trying, slowly, patiently, to civilize him, to care for him. It has not been easy. Grawp is confused by human ways. His fists are quick, his words few, but he is learning. And Hagrid, fierce and full of hope, believes that Grawp can become something more than a legend of fear. Harry and Hermione are stunned, wary, but they see the plea in Hagrid's eyes. If Umbridge succeeds in driving him out, and she is trying, every day someone must look after Grawp. Someone must speak to him, remind him of kindness. Hagrid asks them to promise, and though it frightens them, they agree. Because love often asks impossible things. Grawp's voice booms like distant thunder. He says Hagrid's name, awkward and deep. Hagger. Then he turns his eyes on Hermione. Hermie. It is not threatening. It is clumsy, curious. Grawp reaches toward her, a massive hand swiping clumsily through the air. Hermione shrinks back, heart racing, but Hagrid steps in quickly, guiding the moment back to calm. There is no harm meant, just a child, enormous and unsure, reaching toward a world he doesn't yet understand. They leave shortly after, winding back, through the forest's maze of green and shadow. Neither speaks much on the way back, but Harry's heart feels heavy, not just from the exams or the war creeping closer, but from the strange, tender sadness of it all. A half-giant who doesn't fit, a brother trying to make room in a world that rejects him, a plea for care. Hagrid walks beside them, scratched and bruised, but hopeful. He believes in Grawp, and Harry somehow finds himself believing too. Back in the castle, the torches flicker along the walls and sleep waits behind heavy eyes. But in the forest, beneath stars filtered through leaves, Grawp stirs and murmurs. Not as a monster, not as a legend, but simply as someone trying to be known. Chapter 31, O.W.L.s. The castle has changed again. Gone are the sounds of laughter and careless chatter. Gone are the games and long afternoons of wandering curiosity. Now the rhythm of Hogwarts is one of stillness, of books balanced like towers, of notes rewritten until the ink fades, of corridors quiet except for the shuffling of anxious footsteps. The O.W.L.s have arrived, ordinary wizarding levels. 5 years of learning distilled into 2 long weeks of trials, written exams, practical demonstrations, and nerves stretched, tight as violin strings. Harry, like so many of his classmates, wakes each morning with a fluttering stomach and a mind buzzing with incantations, dates, magical properties, and potion ingredients. The Great Hall, usually a place of feasts and joy, has been transformed into an exam room. The long tables are now spaced wide apart. Each student sits alone, a single piece of parchment, a black quill, a ticking enchanted clock, and silence, deep, thick silence that hums like tension in the air. The invigilators from the ministry arrive in solemn robes, their eyes watchful and cold. Even Professor Tofty, the kindest among them, carries with him a sense of otherworldly order. There is no room here for dreams or daydreams, only answers and focus. The first test is Theory of Charms. The questions are precise. Define the wand lighting charm. Explain the counter charm for the Loipa summoning spell. List 5 scenarios where a memory charm might ethically be used. Harry dips his quill and begins. His mind is sharp, steadied by hours of revision, bolstered by Hermione's checklists and Ron's groggy encouragements. Each day brings another. Subject, history of magic, transfiguration, potions, herbology. The days stretch like melted candle wax. Each evening, they retreat to the common room, shoulders drooping, eyes barely open. Hermione, ever tireless, continues to revise. Her notes are stacked in color-coded piles, and her lips move soundlessly as she rehearses incantations under her breath. Ron, on the other hand, has begun to count down how many papers remain, like a prisoner etching lines on a cell wall. Harry floats between them, tired, steady, focused. He thinks of how far he's come, of how many times he's stood on the edge of the unknown and survived. This, in some ways, is no different, except perhaps that the stakes are subtler now. Quiet, but lasting. The hardest day arrives with the astronomy exam. At midnight, they gather on the astronomy tower, bundled in cloaks, telescopes at the ready. The sky is vast and dark, its constellations shimmering like scattered thoughts. Harry charts Mars and Jupiter, names the moons of Saturn, traces the arc of Venus. But partway through the test, movement below catches his eye. In the courtyard below, torches flare, figures move, half seen, half heard. Through the gloom, Harry sees something awful unfolding. It's Hagrid and Professor McGonagall. The Ministry has come. They've come for him. Half a dozen Ministry officials and Umbridge's people confront Hagrid outside his hut. McGonagall rushes in to defend him, fierce, protective but outnumbered. There are stunning spells, flashes of red light. And then, with a sickening fall, McGonagall is hit. Once, twice, 3 times. She crumples, silently, without a sound. Harry grips the edge of his desk, heart pounding. From up here on the astronomy tower, he can do nothing. Only watch. Only ache. Hagrid roars, a primal, broken sound, and fights back with the strength of giants. He throws the Ministry wizards off like dolls. Then, clutching Fang, he runs. Into the night, into the woods, into the wild where no Ministry law can reach him. The stars above do not flicker. The exam continues, but the world has shifted beneath their feet. The next morning, the news is everywhere. McGonagall has been taken to St. Mungo's. 4 stunning spells to the chest. Even Hermione is speechless. And for a moment, the exams fade into the background, because this was not supposed to be part of it. Because Hogwarts is changing again, not just with tests and scrolls, but with silences too long and corridors too closely watched. Still, the days move on. Defense against the dark arts comes near the end, and Harry shines. He performs jinxes and counter-jinxes before Professor Tofty and the examiners with calm, focused ease. He stuns a target, disarms a dummy, and uses a shield charm so cleanly that Tofty nods in admiration. It is a small victory. But in these days, small victories shine like stars. And finally, the last exam, History of Magic. A blur of goblin wars and Ministry dates, revolutions and legislation. Harry writes for a while, then slowly the exam fades around him. His scar burns, his vision clouds, and a dream, too sharp, too real, slips into his mind. A hallway, a door, and something terrible waiting beyond. But that is for another chapter. For now, we linger in the silence that follows exams, the silence of minds emptied, of hearts slowed, the quiet joy of finishing something hard. In the common room, laughter returns in fragments. Hermione packs away her notes. Ron slouches deep into an armchair, arms wide, face blank with exhaustion, and Harry watches the fire, feeling the first flickers of rest return to his bones. Outside, the stars still shine, and somewhere deep in the forest, Hagrid walks with Grop beneath the moon. Chapter 32, Out of the Fire. The exams are over, but peace does not follow. It hovers, fragile as ash. Restless thoughts linger like smoke, winding through the days that come after. And in Harry's mind, the echoes of something terrible stir and stretch in the silence. That vision, the one that came during his History of Magic exam, was no ordinary dream. It was sharp, clear, and far too real. A long corridor, a door at the end, and Sirius, his godfather, screaming, in pain, in fear. Harry wakes from it shaking. The sense of urgency clings to him like a second skin. Sirius is in danger. He knows it. He feels it. Something has gone wrong. and the dream didn't feel like imagination. It felt like a message, like a window flung open just long enough to let dread in. Harry tells Ron and Hermione. His voice trembles. His eyes are wide, and there's a flicker in them that hasn't been there before. Hermione frowns. She doesn't dismiss him, but she treads gently, cautious as ever. You don't think, maybe, it could be Voldemort playing tricks again? She asks softly. But Harry shakes his head. It was real. It felt real. They decide they have to know for sure. They have to find a way to contact Sirius, to see if he's safe, if he's truly at Grimmauld Place. But Umbridge is everywhere. Her regime is absolute now, her eyes peering through every shadow, her rules choking the castle like ivy. The Flu network is being monitored, Owl Post is being intercepted, still they find a way. And that way is through a distraction, a wild, ridiculous, brilliant distraction, Fred and George. The twins, ever the chaos bringers, have grown more daring since their departure became inevitable. Now they see a chance to go out with a bang, literally. Harry, Hermione, and Ron pull them aside and explain what they need. A grand diversion to pull Umbridge's attention away from her office for just a little while. Just long enough for Harry to slip into her fireplace and try to contact the headquarters of the Order. Fred and George smile. Not their usual mischief-laced grin, something deeper, almost solemn. Right then, Fred says. Let's give her a goodbye she won't forget. The plan begins, and Hogwarts erupts. Fireworks blast through the corridors. Dragons made of scarlet sparks roar past portraits. Sparklers explode over classrooms. Whistles scream through the air. One particularly stubborn Catherine Wheel chases Umbridge down a hallway. Belching smoke and sparking flames, students cheer, professors hide smiles, and through it all, Harry slips into her office. The walls are pink, the kittens still meow from their decorative plates, and the fire roars with enchanted green flames. Harry kneels, heart racing, and says clearly, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." His head spins as it always does with Flu travel, and then he's looking out into the familiar shadowed kitchen of the Black family home. It's quiet, empty. Sirius? He calls. There's no answer. He calls again, more urgently. At last, a voice responds, "Creature, the house elf." But his voice is strange, sly and slippery. Creature tells Harry that Sirius is not there. He's gone. Gone where? Harry demands. But Creature only grins in the firelight. He won't come back, he says. He has gone to the Department of Mysteries. Harry pulls out of the fire, heart thundering. The Department of Mysteries. The very place from his vision where Sirius was being tortured. It all fits. It must be real. And Sirius, his last true family, is in danger. Harry turns to the others. He tells them everything. There's no time. They have to go now. But as they speak, the door bursts open, and Umbridge is there. Face twisted with fury, eyes gleaming with triumph. She has caught him. Harry is dragged from the office like a prisoner. His arms are pinned, his wand is taken, and she is smiling. Smiling in the way only people who love power for its own sake do. She calls for Veritaserum, to force the truth from him. When that fails, she whispers something darker, something colder. The Cruciatus curse. Even her inquisitorial squad, Malfoy and the others, go pale. But Umbridge is determined. Hermione, desperate, does the only thing she can. She lies. She tells Umbridge that they were trying to contact Dumbledore's secret weapon, that they know where it is, but they won't say unless they show her. Umbridge bites. She orders Harry and Hermione to lead her to the weapon, deep in the Forbidden Forest, to a place Hermione invents on the spot. And so the three of them walk into the woods. The trees stretch tall and ancient above. The light dims. The sounds of birds and insects fade, and Umbridge grows nervous. She holds her wand tighter, whispers to herself, and when she demands to know where this weapon is, the forest answers, not Hermione, not Harry, but the centaurs. They emerge from the trees, dozens of them, eyes glowing with starlight and earth, bows drawn, hooves silent upon the moss. They surround her. She calls them filthy half-breeds. She tries to command them, but she does not understand the laws of the forest. She does not understand that here, power is not measured by ministry robes or loud voices. Here, the stars speak louder. The centaurs seize her, and she screams. A terrible, shrieking sound. Then she is gone, dragged into the darkness, her wand dropped and trampled beneath the hooves. Harry and Hermione stand frozen, shaken, but safe. And the path forward, though steep and uncertain, is suddenly open. They have escaped. Sirius is still in danger, and they must go to him. But for tonight, the forest is quiet once more. The trees whisper their ancient lullabies, and in the place where danger was met with cleverness, there is only the soft hush of leaves falling. Chapter 33, Fight and Flight. The forest behind them seems to breathe, alive with silence, watchful and still. And though Umbridge has vanished into its depths, the path ahead is no less treacherous. Harry and Hermione emerge from the trees, their minds racing. The others, their friends, must be told. Sirius is in danger. There's no time to waste. Back at the castle, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville wait anxiously. Their eyes brighten when they see them return, whole and unharmed, but the joy fades quickly as Harry shares what he's seen. Sirius, the Department of Mysteries, the Vision. He speaks quickly but clearly, his voice threaded with worry and resolve. "We have to go," he says softly. "We have to help him." No one hesitates. Not Ron, not Hermione, not Neville, or Ginny, or Luna. Each one stands, wand at the ready, their faces quietly brave in the dimming light. Together, the six make for the castle's edge, but they cannot walk the grounds freely. Not anymore. Too many eyes watch from the shadows. Too many rules choke the night air. They'll need a way out. And as always, the castle provides, if one knows where, to look. They turn to the Thestrals, dark creatures with leathery wings, skeletal forms, and eyes full of silent understanding. Some of the group can see them clearly. Others cannot, but all trust in their presence, guided by those who can feel their breath, hear the whisper of their wings. One by one, they mount the creatures. There is no saddle, no reins, only the rush of wind, the wide open sky, and the stillness before the fall. The Thestrals rise with a quiet grace. Their wings slice the cool evening air, and below them Hogwarts grows small and distant. The lights in the windows flicker like far-off stars. It is strange, this journey, frightening and beautiful. All at once, each rider grips tightly, the chill of altitude brushing against their cheeks. None speak, not now. Only the wind talks, and London appears at last, a city of stone and steam beneath the silver breath of the moon. They land in the shadows near the Ministry of Magic, unseen. The great red telephone box waits. A strange, old-fashioned portal into something vast and secret. They cram inside, pressing shoulders and knees close, and dial the numbers that open the way. With a shudder and a groan, the box descends. The Ministry welcomes them, quiet and glistening. It is late. The atrium is empty, polished floors reflecting the dark ceiling above. They move as one, slipping through corridors they've only heard about. The Department of Mysteries is deep beneath them, a place where time is studied like a spell, where thoughts are kept in glass, where mysteries wait behind sealed doors. They find the entrance, black, silent, and inside, rooms unlike any other. The first chamber is round, with doors all around its edges, each identical, each leading somewhere strange. They try one, a room full of silent, swirling planets. Another, filled with tanks of brains suspended in green fluid. Another, where time turns in delicate loops, where clocks tick but never chime. They are lost in a maze of secrets, until at last, they find it. the room from Harry's dream, the Hall of Prophecy. Long rows of glass orbs stretch out before them, glowing faintly, each one labeled, each one whispering, softly of futures seen and futures feared. And at the end of the row, like in the vision, Sirius is not there. The space is empty, but there is an orb, one with Harry's name on it. His heart pounds, his fingers tremble. He reaches for it, and the moment he lifts it from the shelf, they are no longer alone. Dark figures step from the shadows. Death Eaters, draped in black, faces hidden behind masks. They fan out across the room, their wands raised, their voices cold. Lucius Malfoy leads them, his presence chilling. They do not want to kill Harry. Not yet. They want the prophecy, that glowing orb in Harry's hand. The secret it holds, but Harry will not give it up, not without a fight. And so, the battle begins. A battle like none they've known. The young six, brave and trembling, draw their wands. Spells fly. Lights streak through the air, red and blue and gold. Shelves fall, orbs shatter, whispering their secrets to no one. Neville stumbles, hit but unbroken. Ginny goes down, her ankle twisted. Luna stands tall, graceful and strange in her focus. Ron is hit by a spell that leaves him dazed, his words drifting nonsense. Hermione fights, fierce and brilliant, until she too is struck and crumples beside a fallen shelf. Only Harry and Neville are left standing, and the Death Eaters close in. It is chaos, but there is no screaming, no shouting, only, spell after spell, a rhythmic terror pulsing in silence. Harry clutches the prophecy tight. Neville tries to help, but his wand is broken, his nose bloodied. Still, he does not retreat. They are surrounded, and then, hope. A ripple in the air, a sound, faint but familiar. The order has arrived. Dumbledore's allies, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, burst. Into the chamber, wands drawn, faces calm with battle-earned wisdom. The fight grows fiercer. The young ones pull back as the experienced duelists step forward. Wands spark, curses arc. The room groans with energy, and in the middle of it all, Harry sees Sirius. Alive. Fighting. His godfather, graceful and strong, his laughter echoing amid danger. But that joy is fleeting. For even in a place like this, where time bends and memory dances, tragedy can find a way. But for now, dear dreamer, rest in this moment. Hold close the image of flight through silver, air, of courage blooming in the face of shadows. Let the magic settle softly in your chest and breathe. There is more to come. But sleep asks for a pause, and the mystery deepens just beyond the next dream. Chapter 34, The Department of Mysteries. The battle is no longer just a skirmish. It is a storm of spells and desperate cries, of light and dark colliding under cold stone ceilings. The prophecy still trembles in Harry's grasp, a fragile orb, small and silent, yet weighted with the future. Around him, the air shimmers with magic. He cannot think of anything else. He must not let them take it. But the Death Eaters are ruthless. They do not care who they hurt. They want the orb, its secret, its meaning, and they will do whatever it takes. Sirius moves, like flame, agile and bright in the chaos. His spells crackle and hum, the elegance of an experienced duelist etched in every movement. Harry sees him battle Lucius Malfoy, their wands flashing, their voices sharp with fury. Lupin duels with another masked figure. Kingsley fights in tandem with Tonks, their backs to each other, moving as one. Even Mad-Eye Moody, his magical eye whirling wildly, hurls curses with fierce precision. But the Death Eaters are many, and even the Order struggles. Harry tries to help where he can, but the chaos is overwhelming. Neville, though battered and bloodied, stays near Harry, never faltering. His nose is broken, his words slurred, but still, he fights. Still, he stands. The prophecy, however, remains the target, and then something changes. A spell strikes Neville. He cries out, falls. The orb slips from Harry's hand, just for a moment, just one breath of time, and it shatters. A delicate sound, like the chiming of a glass bell. Tiny. Shards scatter across the stone, the secret it held, lost, gone, vanished into the air. Lucius Malfoy stares, horrified. Everything he came for, destroyed, and Harry, he feels the weight of it, that fragile thing now broken, its meaning lost before he ever understood it. There is no time to mourn. The battle still rages, and in the midst of it all, Sirius laughs. It is a wild, joyful sound, reckless and free. He duels another Death Eater, his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. She is cruel and cunning, her magic dancing like poison across the room. They clash with fierce energy, but then, a curse, sudden and sharp. It strikes Sirius square in the chest. He staggers, and behind him, the ancient archway looms, the veiled arch. A great stone structure in the middle of the room, draped in a curtain that whispers even when no air stirs. Sirius falls through it. One moment there, the next, gone. No scream, no flash, just silence. A stillness deeper than any Harry has ever known. He runs to the arch, calling Sirius's name, but the veil does not move. The curtain flutters softly, as if stirred by a breeze only the dead can feel. Harry stares. He cannot believe what he's seen. It does not feel real. It cannot be real. Behind him, Lupin catches, his arm, his voice broken and gentle. He's gone, Harry, but Harry struggles. No, he's just behind the curtain. He'll come back. He has to come back. Yet even as he says it, the truth seeps in. The veil does not give back. It only takes. And Sirius, so recently alive, laughing, fighting, is gone. Bellatrix screams, with mad delight and flees. Harry, burning with grief, gives chase. He races through the halls of the Department of Mysteries, through shattered glass and twisted stone. He follows her voice, sharp, taunting. She runs from him, but not in fear. She wants him to follow. She wants the fight, and Harry, blinded by pain, gives her what she wants. They reach the atrium. The great black floor shines beneath their feet. Bellatrix whirls to face him, her wand raised, her smile feral. Harry lashes out, shouting a curse not meant to wound, but to punish. Bellatrix falters. She did not expect this much anger, not from a child. She tries to taunt him again, asking whether he truly understood what the prophecy meant, telling him he'll never know now. But then, a great silence falls. A new presence enters the room. Heavy, quiet, terrible Dumbledore. He steps into the atrium, his face carved from ice, and with a flick of his wand, he binds Bellatrix in place. She fights, shrieking, but her curses are brushed aside like cobwebs. And then, the final arrival. Voldemort. He appears in the atrium like a shadow given form, his eyes red, his voice like silk stretched too tight. He faces Dumbledore, and the battle between them begins. Not frantic, like before, but slow, measured, deadly. Their magic is old and deep. They call upon the foundations of spells: fire, water, stone, wind. They do not simply cast, they command. Statues move. Flames become serpents. Glass shatters and reforms. The air shakes with their power. Harry watches, frozen. He cannot help. He cannot breathe. And then Voldemort turns on him, reaches out, not with a wand, but with thought, with presence. He enters Harry's mind like smoke through a crack, and Harry feels it. Pain, rage, loss. So much loss. The voice inside him whispers, "You have nothing, nothing left, and no one who loves you." But Harry does not fall. He does not give in. Instead, he remembers Sirius's laugh, Ron's friendship, Hermione's wisdom, Dumbledore's calm, the Weasleys' warmth. And suddenly, there is something Voldemort cannot bear. Love, not power, not knowledge, but love. It sears him, and with a scream of fury, he vanishes, disapparated into the night. Bellatrix is gone too, and Harry falls to his knees. The ministry workers arrive, pale and shocked. Cornelius Fudge sees Voldemort. Too late. The truth once ignored now stands undeniable. Voldemort is back, and the world must now reckon with it. But for Harry, the truth is sharper than any prophecy. Sirius is gone. The war is no longer coming. It has begun. Let your breath come slow now. Let your heart steady in your chest. There is sorrow, yes. But in sorrow, there is clarity. And even in loss, there are stars that still burn bright. We will walk again soon. But for now, dear listener, rest. Let the veil fall gently, not as an ending, but as a pause. There is more to discover in time. There always is.
Chapter 35, Beyond the Veil. The echoes of the battle fade, but not the silence. This is the stillness that comes after the storm. A heavy, grieving hush, the kind that wraps itself around you like wet wool, pressing into the chest, making every
breath a little harder, a little slower. Harry stands near the veiled archway where Sirius disappeared. No sound, no scream, just the breathless fall beyond the curtain, and that silence feels endless. He doesn't speak. He doesn't move. His eyes stay on the veil as if willing it to stir. Just once more. Behind him, the Department of Mysteries is still wrecked. Broken glass glints in the low light, walls scorched and cracked from curses. But no one pays that ruin any mind. For Harry, the real damage lies inside. Dumbledore approaches, quietly, like the wind itself, and gently places a hand on Harry's shoulder. It is the touch of someone who knows deep loss, who has stood where Harry stands now, but Harry shrugs him off, not in anger, not quite, in pain too wide to hold in words. They leave the department. The others, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, wounded and weary, walk beside him like shadows of themselves. They don't speak. Even Ron, always the first to fill silence with something, has nothing to offer. They're led through the ministry, past stunned workers and murmuring officials. Word is spreading. The Dark Lord has returned, and now everyone sees it. The last illusion has shattered. But Harry doesn't care about Fudge, or the whispers, or the way the air feels different now. He only sees the space where Sirius should be. They are taken to the hospital wing at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey's gentle touch soothing cuts and bruises, mending broken bones, offering potions in soft clinks and murmurs. But there is no potion for what Harry feels, no salve for a heart splintered by sudden absence. The others rest, their heads heavy with sleep or exhaustion, but Harry cannot close his eyes, not yet. Dumbledore returns to him, this time not as headmaster but as Albus, an old man who has made mistakes. A quiet conversation begins. There is no lecture, no gentle riddles, only truth and sorrow, and the weight of things withheld. Dumbledore tells him about the prophecy, about why Voldemort sought it, and why Harry is bound to this fight. It was made before he was born, a prophecy held in the Hall of Prophecies, the one Harry tried to protect, the one that shattered. But Dumbledore knows what it said. He has heard it. It spoke of a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied the Dark Lord 3 times, and how that child would have the power to vanquish him, that either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. It could have been Neville, but Voldemort chose Harry, and in doing so, he marked him as his equal. A scar not just on skin, but on destiny. Harry listens, silent. Still, his face unreadable, but something inside him stirs. Not anger, not fear. Resolve. He asks only one thing: why he wasn't told. Why Dumbledore, who always seemed to know everything, kept this from him. And Dumbledore, in a voice quiet and full of regret, says he cared too much. He wanted to protect Harry, to give him a childhood untouched by fate. But in shielding him, he kept him in the dark. And now, that darkness has taken Sirius. It is not forgiveness Harry feels. Not yet. But understanding begins to bloom. Dumbledore tells him of love, of how his mother's sacrifice created a magic Voldemort cannot understand, and how that same magic still protects Harry in the home of the Dursleys as long as he can call it home. Because of Petunia, his mother's blood, a thin thread of safety remains, but it will not last forever. Harry's time with them is part of a larger protection, and soon, he will be of age. Soon, the final battle will not be a distant thing. But for now, there is still the ache of Sirius's absence. There is still the weight of goodbye. Fawkes, the phoenix, sings a soft, haunting melody in the background. His song wraps around the stone of the room, melancholy and healing all at once. It fills Harry's chest, and in that music, he feels something he hadn't before. Not peace, not yet, but the knowledge that he is not truly alone. That grief, however sharp, is shared, and in the sharing, there is light. He leaves Dumbledore's office in silence, his footsteps soft on the winding stair. Outside, the castle is still. Only the paintings whisper as he passes. Back in the hospital wing, his friends stir gently in their beds. Ron sighs in his sleep. Hermione's brow is furrowed. Ginny curls close to her pillow. Neville's hand rests over his chest, bandaged but brave. Luna lies awake. Her eyes are on the ceiling, calm and dreamy. She turns her head when Harry enters. "I'm sorry about your godfather," she says simply. Her voice is not heavy with sorrow, but clear and quiet, like a bell in fog. Harry nods. She continues. "I heard them too. The voices behind the veil." Harry blinks. He hadn't told anyone that. Luna's gaze doesn't waver. "They're just out of sight," she whispers, "but not gone." And Harry strangely finds comfort in that. He says nothing else. He lies down. The night stretches around him, long and dark and full of feeling. But for the first time in hours, his eyes begin to close. His breathing slows, and though Sirius is gone, his laughter remains in memory, soft, wild, unbreakable. Let sleep take you gently now, cradled in the hush of understanding. Loss is real, but love remains, and in love, even the departed find their echo. Let your heart hold. Still, let your breath flow like water over stone. We are almost at the end, dear listener, almost. Chapter 36, The Only One He Ever Feared. Outside the hospital wing, the world has shifted, and yet, the candles still burn in the sconces, the breeze still sighs through the open windows, the lake ripples softly beneath the moonlight. But something in the air has changed, like a bell has been struck far away, and the echoes are only just reaching the stone walls of Hogwarts. Harry rises slowly from his bed, his movements quiet in the sleeping ward. He walks the familiar hallways, each footstep a soft echo in corridors that once felt safe. Now they hum with something else, a subtle awareness. The truth is out. Voldemort has returned, and the wizarding world can no longer pretend otherwise, but what lingers most is not fear. It is the memory of loss, of Sirius and the veil, and the way time seems to stretch endlessly when someone you love is suddenly gone. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore is once again at his desk, surrounded by the quiet rustle of scrolls and the ticking of enchanted devices. But he does not greet Harry with grandeur. There is no flourish in his voice, only stillness, only a man prepared to tell the truth. Dumbledore begins to explain everything now. Openly. Finally. About the prophecy.
Yes, but also...
About the choices that led them here. Years ago, a boy named Tom Riddle sought power without limit. He feared death above all things, and so he splintered his soul again and again, twisting himself into something less than human, just to avoid what he believed was the end. Dumbledore tells Harry that this fear, this refusal to accept the natural end of life, is what makes Voldemort so dangerous and so fragile. For he does not understand love, cannot bear sacrifice, and will never grasp the strength Harry holds, because Harry loved. He loved his parents. He loved Sirius. He loves his friends. And that kind of love is a power Voldemort will never possess. As Dumbledore speaks, his voice is not triumphant, but full of quiet sorrow. He confesses something more, that he has made mistakes, that he should have told Harry the truth long ago. He says he watched Harry grow and wanted to protect him, to give him a childhood untouched by destiny, but in doing so, he delayed the truth too long. And now, Sirius is gone. Harry listens, his heart aches, but something else rises too. A deep understanding of how love and pain are intertwined. He doesn't cry, he doesn't shout, he simply listens and accepts. Not because he must, but because he is beginning to understand that love sometimes means letting go. The scene shifts, and Fawkes the Phoenix lifts his head, his eyes shimmering with age and light. He sings. Oh, how gently he sings. Thudsai. Melody fills the room like mist, healing, mournful, bright. And in that song, Harry feels something shift inside him. A resolve, a quiet flame that will not be put out. He may be the one from the prophecy, the one destined to face Voldemort. But he is also a boy who loved his godfather. A boy who chooses to fight not out of duty, but for the ones he holds dear. Dumbledore watches him, and Harry sees not just the powerful wizard he has always known, but a man marked by loss, by responsibility, by care. A man who, like Harry, has lost too much and carries on anyway. There is a moment of silence between them, and in it a kind of peace is born. The next morning, the castle hums with quiet energy. The Daily Prophet prints the news. Voldemort has returned, and Fudge, who once called Harry a liar, now stands in Dumbledore's office, his face pale, his hands shaking, accepting the truth at last. He cannot ignore it now, not after what he saw with his own eyes at the Ministry. He has come, at last, to seek Dumbledore's wisdom, and Dumbledore, with no smugness or pride, offers it freely, because it is never too late to do what is right. Fudge reinstates him. Head of the Wizengamot, head of the International Confederation of Wizards, headmaster of Hogwarts. All the titles stripped away in fear and pride are returned, now in desperation. But Dumbledore asks for only one thing, that the Ministry work together with those who have always known the truth. With Harry, with the Order of the Phoenix, with those who have fought the darkness long before it was believed. Fudge agrees, and just like that, the tide begins to turn. The world is waking up. Before returning to the Dursleys for the summer, Harry visits the hospital wing one last time. The others are recovering. Neville sits upright, a faint bruise on his cheek, but a quiet strength in his eyes. Luna is there too, reading the Quibbler upside down. She smiles when Harry enters. There is no awkwardness, no need for explanation, just a shared understanding of what they have seen and what they have survived. In the corridor, Ron and Hermione are waiting. They do not speak about the prophecy or about Sirius, but their presence is enough. And in their quiet support, Harry feels the steadying warmth of friendship that endures, even in grief, even in silence, even in the spaces where words fail. As Harry prepares to leave, he writes a letter to Sirius. Not to send, but to remember. He pours out his heart. The things unsaid, the memories they shared, the moments cut too short. And in that letter he begins to heal, a little, just a little. The train pulls away from the station, rolling towards summer. The sky is pale and cloud-strewn, the wind soft against the glass. Harry leans his head against the window, watching the trees slide by. Behind him, his friends talk quietly. The laughter is hesitant, but real. The shadows have not left, but neither has the light. Harry closes his eyes, and for the first time in days, he lets himself breathe. Not to forget, but to carry on, because he knows the battle is not over, but neither is hope. Let your breath deepen now. Let the hush of the rails and the echo of Fawkes's song guide you into sleep. You are not alone. You are never alone. And even beyond the veil, there is love. Always. Chapter 37, The Lost Prophecy. In the headmaster's office, the silence holds its breath. Harry enters slowly, the echoes of the Department of Mysteries still clinging to his skin, the image of the veil still suspended in his mind. He is hollow and full all at once. Grief is strange like that. Dumbledore is waiting. Not behind his desk this time, but moving, quietly, among the strange silver instruments that click and hum and whisper. His robes rustle softly like pages turning in a forgotten book. Harry doesn't sit. He can't. The ache in his chest is too loud, the questions too sharp. So he speaks, his voice thick but steady. Why didn't you tell me? And just like that, the final wall between them begins to fall. Dumbledore doesn't deflect. He doesn't scold. Instead, he lowers himself into his chair, as though the weight of what he must share is something he can no longer carry standing. And then, with a solemn, tender rhythm, he begins. Years ago, in a small, dim room at the Hogshead Inn, a young woman named Sybil Trelawney delivered a prophecy. Not one of her airy, whimsical ramblings, but a true one. A moment of clarity that pierced through the noise of the future. The prophecy spoke of a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. A child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A child he would mark as his equal. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. These words drift now between them, like ash or snow, delicate, devastating. Harry stares, the floor seeming to fall away beneath him. It was about him. It was always about him, and Dumbledore confirms it. Voldemort chose Harry when he attacked that night in Godric's Hollow, not Neville, not another. It was Voldemort who ensured the prophecy would come true. By marking Harry with that lightning-shaped scar, by gifting him a piece of himself, and so, a terrible fate was sealed. But Dumbledore's voice grows gentler still as he reveals the reason for his silence. He hadn't told Harry before, because he had hoped, so deeply, so desperately, that the child could have a few years free from the shadow of destiny, that Harry could know friendship, laughter, a life not defined by fear. He says he made the mistake of loving Harry too much. Harry listens, his fists clenched, his heart torn open. And yet, somewhere within the sorrow, there is understanding. 4. Love is what has always made him strong. Dumbledore explains how Voldemort misunderstood the prophecy, how he believes only in power and not in the deeper magic that Harry possesses. His ability to feel, to care, to choose what is right, even when it hurts. That, Dumbledore says, is the difference. That is what will make all the difference. Harry doesn't feel heroic. He feels tired, he feels sad, but he also feels determined. The prophecy, in the end, was lost, shattered in the Department of Mysteries, but its true weight lives on, not in the words, but in what Harry chooses to do next. He could run. He could surrender. But he won't. Because Harry knows, as Dumbledore knows, that love is not weakness. It is the oldest, deepest kind of strength. Fox sings again, soft, sad, and beautiful. The song wraps around Harry like a lullaby from the stars. It speaks of grief, of courage, of endings and beginnings. The future may be dark, the road uncertain. But Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has already faced death once, and he will not turn away from what must come. He rises, his eyes steady. The prophecy may have named him, but it is love, not fate, that will shape his journey. And so, with the quiet steps of someone walking into dawn, Harry leaves the office, his heart heavy, his resolve clear. The war has begun, but he will not walk alone. Chapter 38. The Second War begins. The sun has returned to Hogwarts, but it does not warm the way it once did. Its rays fall gently on stone walls that feel heavier now, walls that have witnessed too much. The battle in the Department of Mysteries is over. The prophecy is gone. Sirius Black is gone. And Harry, though surrounded by friends, by professors, by the bustle of the nearing end of term, feels quietly adrift. He walks through the grounds like a ghost of himself. Not the boy who lived, but a boy who has lost. The days pass in a strange hush. The Daily Prophet at last speaks the truth about Voldemort's return, about the danger that now faces the wizarding world. People are afraid. Some are angry. But above all, they are beginning to understand that the time for denial has ended. The Second War is no longer a whisper. It has begun. In the hospital wing, the wounds of the battle still linger. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna. Each bears their own marks from the fight, but all stand tall in their quiet bravery. Neville, especially, seems changed. There is something steadier in his gaze, as if the truth of what he's capable of has finally taken root inside him. Ginny, fierce and fiery, speaks of returning to fight again. Luna, dreamy-eyed, continues to believe in impossible creatures, and in the power of friendship. Harry finds comfort in their presence. They know what happened. They carry it with him, but outside their circle, the world moves differently. Fudge visits Dumbledore at Hogwarts, his tone more respectful now, his fear no longer masked. He has no choice but to accept what he once denied, and, with this shift, so many others follow. The Daily Prophet changes its tune. The Ministry begrudgingly begins to prepare, and the wizarding world wakes from its slumber. As the end of the school year approaches, the mood at Hogwarts is bittersweet. There is no feast, no laughter echoing off the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall. The students board the Hogwarts Express, under a sky streaked with summer light, but their hearts are heavier. In their compartments, they do not chatter as before. There are no silly sweets, no jokes from Fred and George to fill the silence. Instead, there is reflection. There is grief. There is the quiet understanding that they are no longer children untouched by war. When Harry arrives at King's Cross Station, the world outside seems both familiar and utterly changed. The Muggle world moves on, unaware of the storm rising in the wizarding realm. The Dursleys are there, as sour-faced and indifferent as ever. But something is different this time. Harry stands, taller, and before he leaves the platform, he turns to his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and knows with calm certainty that they are no longer just classmates. They are comrades. They have stood in battle together. They will again. And as he walks toward the Dursleys, he is not truly alone. The Order of the Phoenix will rise again. The darkness may grow, but so too does the light. Dumbledore's army lives on, not just as a group, but as an idea, a reminder that even in the face of cruelty and loss, there is strength in unity, in friendship, in love. As Harry leaves the station, he carries not just sorrow, but also resolve. He knows what he must do. He knows that the war will touch everyone he loves. But he also knows what sets him apart. He has a weapon the Dark Lord does not understand. It is not a spell. Not a wand, not a prophecy. It is love. And as the train whistle fades and the golden light of summer stretches across the city, we leave Harry, not as a boy with a scar, but as a soul forged in fire. The Second War has begun, but so too has a deeper hope. Final reflection. In this 5th chapter of Harry's long journey, we watch the veil between innocence and war begin to fray. Gone are the days of hidden chambers and secret tournaments. Gone is the illusion that the world is safe simply because it looks so in the daylight. This is the book where Harry grows, not just taller, but deeper, more aware of pain, more entangled with anger, more vulnerable to loss. And more fiercely devoted to what matters. We see him wrestle with things he cannot control, his temper, his isolation, his fear of what lies inside him. And through it all, we learn with him that even the noblest heart can feel dark things, and still it can choose to love. One of the most powerful truths in this story is not found in spells or in prophecy, but in people, in the unwavering loyalty of Ron and Hermione, in the fierce bravery of Neville, Ginny, and Luna, in the quiet watchfulness of Lupin and Tonks, in the aching, complicated love of Sirius. Each of them adds a thread to the tapestry of Harry's life, a reminder that no hero walks alone. And, even as we lose Sirius, even as the grief settles like snowfall, his presence lingers, in memories, in laughter, in every defiant choice Harry makes from here on. Grief in this story is not sharp. It is soft, heavy, and ever-present. Like a mist that clings to the soul, but does not fully consume it. The Order of the Phoenix also reminds us that resistance is not always loud. Sometimes it is built in quiet rooms with whispered plans and determined hearts. It is standing up to cruelty, not because it's easy, but because it's right. It is teaching spells in a secret room, offering kindness to a house elf, and daring to believe in the goodness of others even when the world seems cold. This book also introduces us to new faces. Luna Lovegood, with her strange wisdom and ethereal calm. Umbridge, with her sugary cruelty, and Bellatrix with her unholy glee. Each shows us something different, about belief, about corruption, about how dangerous it is when fear wears the mask of order. At the center of it all is the prophecy, a string of words, spoken in shadow, that has now wrapped itself around Harry's future. But even this prophecy, with its dark foretelling, does not define him, because Harry has something far more powerful than fate. He has choice. He chooses to return to Hogwarts year after year. He chooses to protect his friends. He chooses to feel, even when feeling hurts. And in doing so, he teaches us something very quiet and very brave. That destiny may offer the map, but it is the heart that decides the path. In this book, the world grows darker, but the light grows too. The friendships shine more brightly, the truths run deeper, the purpose becomes clearer. This is the story where the boy becomes a young man, where the burden becomes heavier, but the will to carry it becomes stronger, and where the reader, tucked softly in bed, might begin to understand that growing up means not just learning magic, but learning pain, and still choosing to walk forward anyway. So as the story closes, and summer spreads gently over Privet Drive, we leave Harry with his scar still aching, his heart still hurting, and yet, still hoping. Because hope, in this world, is not loud. It is not grand. It is a whisper, a hand on your shoulder, a spell whispered in secret. It is love. It is friendship. It is the belief that even in the darkest of times, there is still something worth fighting for. And so, dear dreamer, rest now in the soft comfort of this truth. The war may be beginning, but so too is the rising of hearts and the quiet, steady rhythm of those who choose to stand in the light. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let the echoes of Hogwarts settle in your thoughts. And as the train pulls away into the distance, may you carry with you the warm, glowing ember of a story that stays, a story of loss, A story of love, a story of courage that whispers, "You are never truly alone." Good night, brave one. Sleep gently. The magic remains.